Chapter 617. Now it's time for us to fight. Lin Xian stared at MT Haimu. Putting the past aside, MT Haimu had repeatedly pressured Lin Xian during the banquet. He even wanted to take the opportunity to pin a crime on him and get rid of Lin Xian. There was no way Lin Xian would let such an enemy go. MT Haimu's body trembled as fear appeared in his eyes. He was no match for Lin Xian at all. Yet he dared to boast like that. He originally thought that the battle between Lin Xian and the bald youth would end in a lose-lose situation. However, he did not expect it to turn out like this. He was momentarily stunned as he did not know what to do. "Are you afraid now? Where's your arrogance from before?" Nan Gongseng sneered. "You said such bold words before, and even swore in front of so many seniors. If you don't fight now, I'm afraid you'll embarrass the Haimu family." Ma Long snorted, hearing that the disciples of the Nangong family and Ma family mocked him. They were competitors with the Haimu family. Furthermore, MT Haimu had repeatedly suppressed the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena. This made them very unhappy. One should know that Lin Xian was not the only one in the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena. Their family's disciples were there too. Therefore, they were furious. Now that they seized this opportunity, they naturally had to mock MT Haimu. Hearing that, the surrounding martial artists looked at the Haimu family with a different expression. Their eyes were filled with mockery and sarcasm. The faces of the Haimu family's disciples turned red. They wished they could find a hole to hide in. Elder Anshio's expression turned ugly. Many of the elders looked at MT Haimu with rage in their eyes. MT Haimu sensed the anger in the elder's eyes, and his body trembled even more. "Useless thing, you've brought shame to the clan. Accept the challenge." The Haimu family's elder shouted coldly. Hearing that, MT Haimu's face fell, and he almost cried. He had the urge to curse. He did it for the family. However, the family did not care about his life and death. For the sake of their dignity, they forced him to fight Lin Xian. It gave him a feeling of abandonment. He still wanted to struggle. However, an elder coldly snorted and waved his hand. Bringing forth a gale, he pushed Mount Blackwood to the center of the stage. It seemed that in order to preserve their dignity, the Darkwood clan had decided to give up on Blackwood Mountain. Blackwood Mountain was pushed to the center of the field. He was panicking. He still wanted to escape, but Lin Xian blocked his path. The surrounding cultivators cheered even louder. What a beautiful movement technique. I didn't expect Brother Haimu to be so impatient. What a surprise, Lin Xian said with a smile. Accident my ass. MT Blackwood's expression turned extremely ugly. He was on the verge of tears. He knew that there was no point in running away now, so he might as well fight to his heart's content. In any case, he believed that Lin Xian would not dare to kill him in this kind of situation. He would only suffer a little pain. As long as he could survive this, he would definitely find his family's elders and kill Lin Xian in secret. Die, you little bastard! MT Blackwood waved both of his palms. A large amount of light surged, forming a rain of light that quickly shot forward. Lin Xian used the concept of wind to form a sword of wind and quickly slashed down. With one slash, he destroyed all of the attacks. At that moment, MT Blackwood had already retreated several dozen meters. He was wearing a purple gold armor that emitted a hazy light that wrapped around his body. At the same time, he was holding two treasured artifacts. In his left hand was a golden-colored round shield that was as heavy as a rock. In his right hand was a long blade. On the blade, a cold light shone. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. Among the three weapons, two of them were upper spirit, rank treasured artifacts. They were extremely powerful. It seemed that MT Blackwood was extremely careful. Seeing MT Blackwood wrapped his body like a tortoise's shell, the crowd laughed. This guy is truly afraid of death. Ma Rulong shook his head. Humph, he's still so arrogant when he has no balls. What an idiot. Nan Gongseng sneered in disdain. Seeing MT Blackwood's actions, Lin Xian also laughed. He removed the concept of wind and replaced it with the concept of lightning. There was already a sword of lightning in his hand. The golden-colored sword shone with a dazzling light like the sun. The sword was filled with a berserk power. It was the power of lightning. The concept of wind was proficient in speed and strange changes. As for the concept of lightning, it was the symbol of berserk and power. As for this lightning sword, it was able to display the berserk power to the pinnacle. As the sword descended, a golden sword aura swept through the air. It was like a bolt of lightning that exploded in the air. The entire space started to boil. It was as if it could not withstand the power and started to emit buzzing sounds. In an instant, the sky was filled with lightning. The golden sword aura quickly slashed toward MT Blackwood. With MT Blackwood's strength, it was naturally impossible for him to block it. Thus, he placed all of his hopes on the two defensive treasured artifacts. He pushed his spiritual power with all his might. He frantically mobilized the surrounding spiritual energy and quickly poured it into the two defensive treasured artifacts. The air surged and countless spiritual energy surged. Immediately, the purple gold battle armor and golden shield started to shine and rapidly change. The purple gold battle armor appeared and formed patterns that quickly covered MT Blackwood's entire body. As for the golden shield, it expanded infinitely and formed a wall of light. It stood above MT Blackwood, forming the strongest defense. Those two treasured artifacts were both high spiritual rank treasured artifacts. Thus, MT Blackwood was absolutely confident that Lin Xian would not be able to injure him. Although such a battle was somewhat dishonorable, as long as he could withstand Lin Xian's attack, everything would be worth it. Boom! The lightning sword aura descended and collided with MT Blackwood's defense. It created an earth-shaking sound, and the entire palace was nearly blown away. Struck by the berserk power, Montana Blackwood was pushed back repeatedly and left deep grooves on the ground. However, he finally managed to withstand Lin Xian's attack. Ha 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 ha, brat! Let's see how you're going to injure me. MT Blackwood rubbed his numb arm and became arrogant again. A sneer appeared on Lin Xian's face. Everything was within his expectations. After all, those two treasured artifacts were high spiritual rank treasured artifacts. If he did not use his true strength, he would not be able to break through their defense. However, dealing with MT Blackwood was not worthy of him using his full strength. Furthermore, he had other methods to break through the defense of those two high spiritual rank treasured artifacts. Previously, he had fought against a martial artist. That martial artist knew how to use hidden power. Only a body refinement defense could withstand the defense of treasured artifacts. MT Blackwood clearly did not have a body refinement defense. Thus, this move was the most suitable. Furthermore, Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul and could easily imitate that hidden power attack. Thus, no matter how much defense MT Blackwood used, it was completely useless. Soon, the golden longsword condensed again and slashed down fiercely. It's useless. You can't break through my defense. MT Blackwood said disdainfully. The longsword surged and quickly slashed down again. This time, there was no earth-shattering explosion like before. The golden sword aura seemed to be sticking to the light screen. Its movement was extremely gentle. This scene stunned everyone. They did not know what Lin Xian was doing. However, MT Blackwood revealed an expression of fear. Chapter 6:18. That was because he felt a berserk aura pass through his defensive shield and slash towards him. He was shocked and confused. He could not understand how Lin Xian's sword aura could pass through his defense. But now he could not care about that at all. He could only activate his defensive armor with all his might. Purple gold radiance shone as the mysterious armor stuck to his body, forming a solid defense. However, none of that had any effect. In the next moment, that terrifying aura once again ignored the armor's defense and directly entered Haimu Shan's body. Ah! Haimu Shan's face twisted as he screamed crazily. Everyone was shocked. Looking at the scene before them, their hearts turned cold. This Lin Xian was too strong and decisive. He actually dared to injure Haimu Shan in front of so many elders of the Haimu family. He was too bold. Moreover, his attack was too strange. Even 2 high-grade spiritual artifacts could not defend against it. Haimu Shan screamed as he vomited blood and fell to the ground. He was extremely weak. Everyone from the Haimu family was nervous. Among them, a few elders had gloomy expressions. Lin Xian really dared to attack. Wasn't he looking down on them too much? However, they could not stop all of this. They could only bring Haimu Shan back with gloomy expressions. Although Haimu Shan was vomiting blood, his injuries were not serious. This allowed the Haimu family to breathe a sigh of relief. Damn it, I'll definitely kill you. Haimu Shan gritted his teeth and said. He knew that Lin Xian did not dare to be ruthless. However, he would definitely take revenge. Lin Xian shrugged with a nonchalant look on his face. However, he was sneering in his heart. Haimu Shan wanted to kill him. Of course, he would not let him go. However, in front of so many people, he naturally could not be ruthless. Otherwise, those old guys from the Haimu castle would have an excuse to attack. Therefore, he only symbolically injured Haimu Shan. However, he left a hidden sword aura in his body. This hidden sword aura was very well hidden. Unless a venerable personally investigated, no one would be able to discover it. After the birthday banquet ended, he would let this hidden sword aura explode. This way, he would be able to cripple Haimu Shan's cultivation. Moreover, even if the Blackwood clan was furious, they couldn't find any evidence. Lin Xian was confident that he could retreat safely as long as he wasn't surrounded by some old monsters at the same time. The members of the Blackwood family looked at Lin Xian with gloomy and cold expressions, but no one dared to clamor again. That was because they did not bring their best disciples with them this time. The disciples that came with them all possessed cultivations that were about the same as those from Blackwood Mountain. Although he was strong in the eyes of others, he was nothing but trash in front of Lin Xian. If he continued to clamor, he would undoubtedly be asking for humiliation. My big brother Heimuya didn't come. Otherwise I would have suppressed you with one hand. Black Pearl was also a little angry. After all, Lin Xian had embarrassed her family. That's right, kid. You're too arrogant. Compared to big brother Heimuya, you're just trash. The disciples of the Blackwood fort snorted coldly. Even though they were no match for Lin Xian, they wouldn't let Lin Xian steal the limelight either. Moreover, their clansmen, Heimuya, were really powerful. Lin Xian had heard of the name Heimuya more than once. He believed that the other party must be a peerless genius. Thinking of this, he felt a trace of excitement in his heart. A warrior like Blackwood Mountain could no longer arouse his interest. Only a stronger opponent could make his blood boil. Hee, young friend, your strength is outstanding. You're just as the rumors say. At this moment, City Lord Qi said with a chuckle, City Lord is overpraising me. Lin Xian cupped his fists and said, he was a person who knew his limits. In front of a powerful supremacy like the City Lord, he would not put on a strong front. That would undoubtedly be courting death. With your strength, I believe that you'll be able to shine in the Alliance Combat Meet 2 months later. Alliance Combat Meet? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He had been in seclusion these days, so he didn't know about this. However, Nan Gongseng quickly told him. This was a combat meet that was jointly held in Quicksand City. Because there were too many foreign martial artists that came during this period of time, many shocking experts had appeared. These people were all following the Morong, Heavenly Maiden. Not long ago, there was news that the major forces in the city had received orders from the Morong, Heavenly Maiden, to hold an unusual combat meet. The winner would obtain the qualifications to pursue the Morong, Heavenly Maiden. This was no doubt explosive news, causing the entire Quicksand City to fall into a frenzy. Morong Chinching was known as one of the most beautiful women in the Sky Martial continent. Moreover, she was the apple of the Morong family's eye. If one could obtain the favor of the Morong Chinchang, not only would he be able to obtain the beauty, he would also be able to obtain the support of the Morong family. This was definitely a great harvest. One had to know that the Morong family was an extremely powerful house of kings. In the Sky Martial continent, they were an overlord existence. Beauty, power, these were all things that made the men of the world go crazy. This was why the Alliance Combat Meet was so exciting. Moreover, in order to promote the Alliance Combat Meet, the major families of Quicksand City also took out several treasures as rewards for the winner. One of them was the Divine Dream Bone, which was the material needed to create the Red Lotus battle armor. After Lin Xian found out about this, he made up his mind to participate in the Alliance Combat Meet. This was because the materials needed to create the Red Lotus battle armor were extremely precious and difficult to find. Since he had encountered it this time, he could not give up. Otherwise, he did not know when he would encounter it again. All in all, this birthday banquet was very successful. Not only did he obtain the city lord's recognition, but he also knew the whereabouts of the Divine Dream Bone. It could be said that Lin Xian was very satisfied. This is great. With the city lord, I'm afraid that no one will dare to touch our Divine Dragon Pavilion's battle arena. Nan Gongseng shouted excitedly. His dream was to make the battle arena the #1 battle arena in Quicksand City. Ma Rulong was a little worried. We should be careful. I'm afraid that the Blackwood family will not let this matter rest. Moreover, I'm afraid that Qi Tian will not let this matter rest so easily. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. If Qi Tian were to make a move, it would be troublesome. As for the Blackwood family, he already had a feud with them. It was not something that could be resolved with 1 or 2 matters. Moreover, he did not expect to resolve it. Half a day later, the birthday banquet ended, and everyone left. The members of the Blackwood family stared at Lin Xian and the other two with murderous intent in their eyes. The show is about to begin. Lin Xian transmitted his voice to Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong. When the two of them heard this, they were surprised. Then, the two of them looked at Blackwood Mountain with joy. Damn it, brat, I will never! Blackwood Mountain's face was ferocious. But before he could finish his words, his body suddenly exploded. An extremely violent energy rampaged through his body, quickly destroying his spiritual sea vortex. Ah, my body! Blackwood Mountain screamed in horror and vomited blood. Shaner, what happened? The members of the Blackwood family were shocked. They did not see anyone attack. My cultivation has been crippled. Blackwood Mountain screamed. He had fallen into madness. Chapter 619. Cultivation. That was the lifeblood of a martial artist. It was also the guarantee of everything. Only with strength could one have status and status. If one's strength and cultivation were gone, then everything would cease to exist. But now Blackwood Mountain had been crippled. His cultivation and strength were all gone. From now on, he was nothing but a cripple. Blackwood Mountain crazily shouted. He simply couldn't accept this reality. He knew what a cripple's fate was. His fate wouldn't be much better than a dog's. Lin Xian, it must have been Lin Xian who did this. Blackwood Mountain crazily shouted, I will kill you. The Blackwood family clan members also had faces full of killing intent. Their disciple had been crippled by someone, and this was in front of their very eyes. This was the same as slapping their faces. In that instant, countless eyes locked onto Lin Xian. That damned brat! The Blackwood family, clan members, were enraged. Although they knew that it was Lin Xian who did this, they had no proof. Moreover, Lin Xian had just obtained the city lord's recognition. If they moved against him now, The city lord wouldn't agree, unless they could produce irrefutable proof that it was Lin Xian who did this. However, several elders carefully examined Blackwood Mountain's body and didn't discover anything strange. This result left them even more uncomfortable. Thus, the Blackwood family clan members could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. To be able to cause the people of Blackwood Fort to suffer such a loss, this Lin Xian was far too skilled. It was best not to provoke such a person. Let's go. The few elders of the Blackwood family gave Lin Xian a fierce glare, then quickly left with the crowd. Let's go too. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and quickly left with Nan Gongseng. Blackwood Mountain had received his just punishment. There was no need for him to stay. In the following days, Lin Xian lived in seclusion, preparing for the Alliance Martial Arts Tournament. He had to obtain the divine Dream Bone no matter what. Thus, he had to obtain an extremely good ranking in this tournament. Even if he had to expose some of his hidden cards, he wouldn't hesitate. After returning from the city, Lord's Mansion, Lin Xian consolidated his cultivation. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the spirit detecting realm, and he was only one step away from the peak. This step was not easy. At the very least, Lin Xian was still unable to break through. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He had just broken through to the late stage and needed to consolidate his foundation. Moreover, his strength was not based on his cultivation, so it did not matter if he could not break through for the time being. In terms of sword intent, it was still at the great accomplishment realm. However, he guessed that there should be a consummation realm above it. As for those above perfection, one would need to be a venerable one to cultivate them. In other words, in the spirit detecting state, the strongest sword intent was complete. However, Lin Xian had asked the Crimson Dragon and found out that Exalt Realm cultivators didn't cultivate intent, but martial souls. In other words, above the intent realm was the martial spirit. For example, above the sword intent was the sword soul, a power that was even more powerful than the sword intent. Moreover, according to the Crimson Dragon's description, the martial spirit was very important. It could be said that it determined whether a cultivator could enter the Exalt realm. Lin Xian was surprised after hearing this. Only by condensing the embryonic form of the martial soul would a cultivator at the limit of the spirit detecting realm have the possibility of entering the Exalt realm. In other words, the martial soul was a necessary condition to enter the Exalt realm. Sword soul, Lin Xian muttered. Although his sword intent was only at the great accomplishment realm, there was still a big gap between him and the sword soul. However, he lacked the great dragon sword soul in his body, an even more powerful existence. I wonder if the great dragon sword soul belongs to the sword soul? Kid, you only merged with the great dragon sword soul, but you didn't turn it into your own power. The Crimson Dragon sneered. Right now, you can only mobilize a little bit of its power. You can't even use 1/10,000th of the great dragon sword soul. Rubbing his head, Lin Xian knew that the Crimson Dragon was telling the truth. To fully activate the great dragon sword soul, one needed an extremely high cultivation. That requirement even exceeded that of a venerable one. With Lin Xian's current cultivation, it was impossible for him to reach that level. Is there no other way? Lin Xian frowned. There is a way. The Crimson Dragon's eyes turned. What way? Lin Xian asked anxiously. Refine the great dragon sword soul into your sword soul. Hearing this, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. That was as good as not saying anything. Damn kid, what's with that expression? The Crimson Dragon was unhappy. You have a way? Lin Xian asked doubtfully. Of course. Don't you know who Ben Huang is? The Crimson Dragon was proud. When Ben Huang galloped the world, your ancestors weren't even born yet. What way? Tell me quickly. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. The Crimson Dragon laughed sinisterly. If you want to know, beg me. You don't want to tell me? Lin Xian grabbed the snow-white monkey. Be careful, I'll release Little White. Hearing this, the crimson dragon drooped its head. It was afraid of the snow-white monkey's little claws. The dizziness made it feel disgusted. Forget it. Ben Huang will be kind and tell you for free. Disperse the power of the great dragon sword soul and leave behind its origin. Then, refine the city's origin martial spirit. This will allow you to completely possess the great dragon sword soul. Disperse the power. Lin Xian was surprised. The great dragon sword is an offensive saint technique. In ancient times, it was the strongest saint weapon. Although only the great dragon sword soul is left, the power it contains is extremely shocking. If a real almighty person obtains it, he can split the entire sky martial continent in one strike. Split the continent in one strike? Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. He did not dare to imagine how powerful the ancient warriors were. Moreover, he was even more puzzled. How could such a powerful, great dragon sword break? Of course, this was not the time for him to think about. Although the power of the great dragon sword soul was terrifying, Lin Xian was unable to use it. It was better to disperse it. This would allow him to refine the great dragon sword soul and make it his origin martial spirit. How can I disperse its power? Lin Xian asked. It seems that you have made a decision. The crimson dragon said, I will teach you a method to disperse your power. This way, you will be able to disperse the power of the great dragon sword soul. At the end, the crimson dragon's expression showed a trace of excitement. Lin Xian frowned and looked at the crimson dragon with vigilance. Then he received the cultivation technique from the crimson dragon. After carefully studying it, Lin Xian did not find any flaws. Although he was not at ease with the crimson dragon, Lin Xian could not find a better way. Therefore, after thinking about it, he decided to give it a try. According to the cultivation technique, Lin Xian began to activate it. Sure enough, the energy fluctuations in the great dragon sword soul emitted an uneasy aura. A wave of energy overflowed and spread to Lin Xian's body, forming a substantial tide of spiritual energy. It was very spectacular. The crimson dragon waved its dragon claws and set up a set of array around the courtyard to prevent the spiritual energy from leaking out. Then it felt the spiritual energy in the air and laughed excitedly. What a powerful spiritual energy! After absorbing this spiritual energy, I will definitely be able to recover to my peak state. At that time, this world will be mine. Chapter 620. The Crimson Dragon actually wanted to absorb the overflowing spiritual energy to recover its cultivation. No wonder it was so attentive before and even helped Lin Xian for free. It turned out that it wanted to secretly strengthen itself. If it really succeeded, it would recover its previous cultivation. At that time, no one would be able to suppress it. Wu Ji the snow-white monkey looked angry. It turned into a white light and rushed over quickly. Humph, little guy, Ben Huang has long been prepared. The crimson dragon smiled proudly. Ever since the snow-white monkey was able to knock it out, it had been thinking of countermeasures and finally created a formation. It was completely possible to trap the snow-white monkey for a period of time. Whoosh! A mass of colorful light shone. The crimson dragon threw out the formation and enveloped the snow-white monkey. The formation was very strange. It only trapped the snow-white monkey and limited its speed. It did not cause any harm, but for the crimson dragon, it was very successful to be able to limit the snow-white monkey's speed. Ha 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 ha, Ben Huang is here! The crimson dragon shouted and began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Lin Xian formed a seal and entered a state of cultivation. At this moment, he was completely focused on the great dragon sword soul and did not know what was happening in the outside world. The energy in the great dragon sword soul quickly spread out, but in the next moment, all the energy returned to his body. This change surprised Lin Xian. In the outside world, the Crimson Dragon was even more angry. It was originally quickly absorbing the spiritual energy in an attempt to recover its cultivation. However, not long after, the surrounding spiritual energy receded like a tide, and all of it returned to Lin Xian's body. Damn it, what happened? Does that kid know? The Crimson Dragon was uneasy and nervous. However, after careful investigation, it found that Lin Xian did not wake up. Moreover, his handsome little face was slightly frowning. Damn it, what the hell is going on? When the Crimson Dragon found out that it wasn't Lin Xian's doing, it was hopping mad. The situation was too strange. The energy had actually retreated, which made its plan fail. Wuji at the side, the little snow-white monkey mocked him mercilessly. Damn it, little guy, don't laugh. The Crimson Dragon was furious. Then it stared at Lin Xian carefully, trying to figure it out. Lin Xian was also flabbergasted. The energy was coming back to him, which caught him off guard. However, what made him even more surprised was that this huge amount of energy did not flow back into the great dragon sword soul. Instead, it entered the mysterious small sword in his body. This, Lin Xian was stunned. The small, glazed sword in his body was very mysterious. It sat firmly on top of the cyclone in his spiritual sea. Even the great dragon sword soul could not shake it. And now, it actually began to absorb the energy within the great dragon sword soul. This was too inconceivable. In the end, Lin Xian didn't even need to use his cultivation technique as the mysterious little sword began to absorb the energy on its own. Roar! Suddenly, the great dragon sword soul exploded, letting out an unwilling roar. A deep dragon roar echoed in his body. At the same time, Lin Xian's body bloomed with light, and countless streams of light surrounded him. Damn, what happened? The Crimson Dragon exclaimed when it saw this scene. The great dragon sword soul went berserk. What did this brat do? The great dragon sword soul exploded, and a terrifying energy filled Lin Xian's body. Holy light sprinkled down, and a vast amount of energy surged. At this time, a mysterious energy appeared on Lin Xian's body again. It was like a demonic abyss, quickly absorbing the energy of the great dragon sword soul. It appeared again. The Crimson Dragon was stunned. It didn't know that Lin Xian had a mysterious energy. This brat was really strange. He had so many secrets on him. The two forces intertwined, and in the end, the great dragon sword soul was suppressed. Mother Dragon, what did I just see? The Crimson Dragon banged its head on the ground in disbelief. This process lasted for a long time, and in the end, the two balls of light gradually disappeared. When everything returned to normal, the small courtyard regained its tranquility. It was as if everything was just a dream. Gradually, Lin Xian still didn't open his eyes. His soul force was still in his body. At this time, the great dragon sword soul had turned into a mini dragon. It was very cute. As for the mysterious small sword, there was still no change. It was as if the energy had no effect on it. However, in the depths of the mysterious world, there was a huge mountain in the shape of an azure dragon. From afar, it looked like a real dragon lying on the ground. Lin Xian was happy. The great dragon sword soul had returned to its original form. This meant that he could refine it. As long as his sword intent reached perfection, he could take the next step. The so-called martial spirit was a martial spirit formed by the fusion of a martial artist's intent and soul force. Lin Xian already had the embryonic form of a martial spirit. As long as his intent reached perfection, he could fuse it. At that time, the great dragon sword soul would become his origin martial spirit. Just thinking about it made him excited. According to the Crimson Dragon, the martial spirit was very important. Not only did it have a great impact on one's strength, but it also had a great impact on one's future path of martial arts. Therefore, when choosing a martial spirit, one must be very careful. The great dragon sword soul was a strange object between heaven and earth. If one used it as a martial spirit, it would be extremely powerful. Suppressing his happy mood, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Then he saw the crimson dragon with an uneasy face. Hee, kid, you're awake. The crimson dragon crossed its dragon claws. Well, I'm thirsty. I'm going to drink some water. Stop, Lin Xian said with a smile. He found that the crimson dragon was too abnormal. This guy must have done something shameful. Wu Ji, the snow-white monkey ran over and jumped in front of Lin Xian and began to gesticulate. Seeing the vivid description, the crimson dragon had a guilty look while Lin Xian's little face turned black. Damn, I was tricked. Lin Xian was very unhappy. He was almost cheated by this Roussillon. Fortunately, he had the mysterious, small sword in his body. Otherwise, this guy would have succeeded. If the crimson dragon recovered its cultivation, he was afraid that the first one to suffer would be him. Looking at the crimson dragon, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Hee, Xiaoxuanzi, let's talk. The crimson dragon laughed dryly. Its face was very ugly. From now on, your primordial youngstone will be restrained. Lin Xian's little face turned cold. What? The crimson dragon jumped up. The primordial youngstone was a good thing. It could help it condense dragon essence again. This thing is its lifeblood. However, it quickly became listless. It had just tricked Lin Xian. Lin Xian must be angry. It was already good enough that he did not torture it immediately. Forget it. Let's wait until this kid calms down. The crimson dragon looked depressed. Lin Xian sighed in his heart. This Roussillon really needed to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, he would not know when he would be tricked again. In the following days, Lin Xian had been refining his sword intent. He wanted to reach the complete realm as soon as possible so that he could condense his martial soul. At this time, something happened in the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena. Chapter 6:21. While Lin Xian was cultivating his sword intent, something happened at the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena. Nan Gongseng hurried over to look for Lin Xian. This is so infuriating, so infuriating. Nan Gongseng screamed. What's wrong? What happened? Lin Xian asked. The Colosseum has been challenged by someone. Even Ma Rulong is injured. What? Rulong is injured? Lin Xian was shocked. He knew Ma Rulong's strength. He was considered a top-notch existence. If even Ma Rulong was injured, one could only imagine how strong the opponent was. Brother Xian, you don't know this, but this is definitely against our arena. Damn it, Qi Tian and the Darkwood clan brought experts here to challenge us. They're clearly going against our Colosseum. Nan Gongseng is furious. Hearing this, Lin Xian's face darkened. It was the Darkwood clan again, and Qi Tian was also involved. Lin Xian knew that this was definitely not the mayor's idea. It was most likely Qi Tian's personal jealousy. This was because Qi Tian had clearly stood on the Darkwood clan side and suppressed them during the birthday banquet. And now he actually brought people to challenge them. This was simply looking down on them. Let's go take a look. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Because of the mayor, he would not touch Qi Tian for the time being. However, he would definitely not let the Darkwood clan and the warriors that came with them go. Wait, Ben Huang is going too. The Crimson Dragon howled. It would not miss such a show. Nan Gongseng was already used to this talking red snake. He pulled Lin Xian and ran towards the arena. At this moment, the Shang Xinglong Xian's arena was in chaos. The people inside were panicking. When they saw Nan Gongseng and the others return, they heaved a sigh of relief. Young Master Sheng, young Master Lin, you're back. What's the situation? Lin Xian asked. The people who came to challenge us have left. They said that they will come again tomorrow. Young Master Rulong is also injured, so I temporarily closed the arena. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then the deacon led the way. Soon, They entered an exquisite bedroom. "You're here." When Ma Rulong saw Lin Xian and Nan Gongseng, he struggled to get up from the bed. "Don't move. You haven't recovered yet." Lin Xian walked over and supported Ma Rulong. Then he took out a few pills and fed them to Ma Rulong. The quality of these pills might not be as good as the best pills outside, but their healing effects were definitely top-notch. Sure enough, not long after, Ma Rulong's complexion improved a lot. "Who was it that could injure you?" Lin Xian frowned. "Luo Lai, the outstanding talent of the Sand region. He is extremely powerful. Rumor has it that he has never been defeated since his debut. Moreover, he has comprehended the metal attribute. His attack power is extremely powerful." Luo Lai. Lin Xian repeated the name, committing it to memory. Metal attribute attacks. He has never been defeated. It seems that the opponent is indeed very powerful. No wonder he was able to injure Ma Rulong. "Have a good rest. Leave the rest to us," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then he and Nan Gongseng left. "Brother Xian, how is it? Are you confident?" Nan Gongseng asked after they came out. "He is very nervous now. Ma Rulong has already fallen from the top 2 experts of the martial arts arena. Now only Lin Xian is left. If Lin Xian also loses, then the martial arts arena will not be able to hold on. At that time, they might end up like the Wang family's martial arts arena. Don't worry, there won't be a problem." Lin Xian smiled indifferently. Although Luo Lai is rumored to be very powerful, he is not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, his cultivation has increased recently and his strength has increased again. Therefore, he is confident in this battle. That night, Lin Xian stayed in the martial arts arena. He knows that the other party will not give up and will come again. Sure enough, the next day, Qi Tian brought a group of people to the martial arts arena again. The leader is Qi Tian and a young man with a gloomy face. He is the disciple of the Darkwood family, He Muiyue. Behind them were 7 extremely powerful martial artists. Each of them had an abnormally powerful aura, as if they were gods of war. Seeing this group of people, the people in the martial arts arena looked nervous. Many of the warriors felt bitter. They were still injured by these people yesterday, and now they're here again. I'm afraid the martial arts arena of the Divine Dragon Pavilion will become history today. He Muiyue's face was ferocious. Their Darkwood family was humiliated by Lin Xian a few days ago. Today, they can finally get back at him. Thinking of this, he felt a sense of relief. "Let's go." He Muiyue waved his hand. He and Qi Tian led a group of powerful warriors into the martial arts arena of the Divine Dragon Pavilion. Soon, all the warriors in Quicksand City knew about it. Many people came to watch. They already knew about the incident at the Divine Dragon Pavilion. At this moment, most of them came to watch the show. Among them were many Wang family disciples. These people looked ferocious. They wanted to see the destruction of the martial arts arena of the Divine Dragon Pavilion with their own eyes. Seeing more and more people rushing into the martial arts arena, Nan Gongseng's face was gloomy. Today's battle was crucial. If they lost, the martial arts arena would not be able to establish itself in Quicksand City. These days, after Nan Gongseng's development, the martial arts arena of the Divine Dragon Pavilion was running well. It also attracted many warriors to hold down the fort. Although these warriors were powerful, they were much weaker compared to a peerless genius like Luo Lai. Therefore, many of the warriors in the martial arts arena were beaten up badly yesterday. Looking at the warriors who were beaten up, Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He gave each warrior a healing elixir and asked them to recuperate. Then he said in a deep voice, "You don't have to fight today. Just watch." Hearing that, everyone was shocked and looked at Lin Xian. They all knew that this young man was powerful. Originally, they only wanted Lin Xian to fight against the Sand region's outstanding talent, Luo Lai. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian would take over all the battles. "Don't worry. I will avenge all the suffering that you have suffered. Lin Xian clenched his fists and said in a sonorous voice, Remember, no one can bully the martial arts arena of the Divine Dragon Pavilion. Hearing that, everyone's hearts trembled. They looked at Lin Xian and felt their blood boil. They were the most dazzling and tragic group of warriors in the martial arts arena. Usually, they would be well taken care of. However, once they failed, they would be mercilessly kicked out of the martial arts arena. However, even though they were defeated this time, Lin Xian and the rest did not make things difficult for them. They even gave them good elixirs to heal their injuries. Now, they even wanted to avenge them. Thinking of this, they were excited. They all felt that entering the martial arts arena of the Divine Dragon Pavilion was the best choice. Young Master Lin, we believe in you. Young Master Lin, go for it. Defeat them all. The group was extremely excited. Chapter 6:22. Trash from the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena. Come out now. I'm here again. Trash, come out and face your death. One after another, extremely arrogant voices rang out and reverberated in the air above the arena. The crowd was shocked. It seemed like the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena was in for a bad time. Haimiyu and Qi Tian led their men and stood arrogantly in the arena, looking down on everyone. At that moment, Lin Xian and Nan Gongseng led a group of martial artists out. They were very quiet, but there was a murderous aura coming from them. Lin Xian, you're really here. Haimiyu and Qi Tian revealed a ferocious expression when they saw Lin Xian. Kid, today is the day you die. There's no need for the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena to exist anymore. Don't think that you'll be safe and sound after pleasing the governor. The governor won't interfere with the younger generation's affairs. The group of people sneered as if they had everything under control. Upon hearing that, the people of the Divine Dragon Pavilion were enraged, while Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He never expected the governor to protect everything. He would be satisfied as long as he could intimidate those old guys. As for the younger generation, he was never afraid of anyone. Lin Xian's lips curled into a sneer. These guys were really arrogant, but he would make them pay the price. I'm here. Show me what you've got. Lin Xian floated to the arena and said loudly, Go to hell. In the next moment, a burly man came out from behind Haimiyu and dashed toward the arena. At the same time, he drew the long saber from his back and slashed down. The dazzling saber gleam tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, the terrifying saber gleam slashed toward Lin Xian. How terrifying! The crowd was shocked. This was definitely an elite among the ultimate powerhouses. They did not expect the Haimu family to be such a powerful person. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, Lin Xian raised his arm. He put two fingers together and pinched the saber gleam in the air. Arrogant, you're courting death. Seeing Lin Xian's behavior, Haimiyu and the others sneered. The surrounding crowd was also shocked. This kind of attack could already kill a peak spirit detecting realm cultivator. Although Lin Xian was strong, wasn't using two fingers a bit too much? The burly man became even more furious. He roared angrily and exerted even more strength. How dare he underestimate him? He would make them pay the price. The sword-wielding man was furious. No one dared to look down on him. Those who dared to look down on him had already paid the price in blood. Clang! Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Lin Xian stretched out two fingers and easily caught the resplendent blade light. He exerted a little force, and the blade light emitted a cracking sound. Then it cracked and turned into a rain of light. What? That's impossible! Everyone was shocked. The blade-wielding man was even more terrified. His blade was extremely sharp, and a normal peak spirit detecting martial artist would die upon contact. However, Lin Xian used two fingers to easily shatter his attack. This is he still human? After shattering his opponent's attack with two fingers, Lin Xian bent his fingers and flicked out a sword wave. The sword wave was as fast as the wind and as powerful as lightning. It quickly struck the burly man's chest and sent him flying. The burly man spat out blood and flew back. There was a terrifying sword hole in his chest. All of this happened in an instant. By the time everyone regained their senses, the battle was already over. How terrifying! As expected of a genius with 10 consecutive victories! Everyone exclaimed. He Muiwe and Chi Tian's faces were gloomy. They hadn't seen him for a few days, but he seemed to have become even stronger. They had never heard of such a speed of improvement before. Chi Tian clenched his teeth and said, "Damn this guy. Is he even human?" The burly man just now was even stronger than his battle servant, but such an expert was still easily defeated. This made him feel like he was going crazy. He Muiwe's face was gloomy as he shouted, "Go, kill him!" Suddenly, another warrior quickly rushed out with a long spear in his hand. The spear stabbed out, and the spear light was like a silver waterfall, producing thunderous sounds in the void. The air was mercilessly cut apart, like waves, flying to both sides. Everyone was terrified. This warrior was too powerful. His aura seemed to be able to tear the sky apart. Whoosh! Looking at the spear user rushing over, Lin Xian bent his fingers and flicked out another sword wave. Bang! The sword wave was like lightning, instantly hitting the spearhead. Suddenly, the void was like boiling water, violently trembling, accompanied by a terrifying explosion. The spear user was forced back, moving horizontally in the void with a frightened face. Lin Xian didn't stop. His fingers flicked and flicked out another sword wave. Chi! Chi! Ripples appeared in the void, mercilessly cut apart. There were even terrifying cracks in some places. Everyone's expression changed. Lin Xian was too powerful. Facing such a powerful opponent, he didn't move at all. He only flicked out 2 sword waves and repelled his opponent. This kind of powerful technique was definitely rare in the world. Moreover, what shocked everyone even more was that the youth in front of them was only 18 years old, and his cultivation was only at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm. However, most ultimate warriors were no match for him. This kind of person was definitely a heaven-defying existence. In the void, the spear user was still retreating. He was hit by Lin Xian's second sword wave and slid dozens of feet away. His armor, which had been shining with holy light, had now dimmed. It was easy to imagine just how powerful the attack had been. Moreover, the sword wave was too powerful. It contained a terrifying sword intent that made his blood boil, and blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth. "This is the expert you found." Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. "You have the nerve to come here with this little strength?" Lin Xian stood on the martial stage, looking down at He Muiwe and Chi Tian, his eyes full of contempt. Damn it, damn it! He Muiwe and Chi Tian were furious. Their faces were pale, and their bodies trembled, emitting a biting, cold, killing intent. Damn it, this is too much. They brought a group of experts here. They originally wanted to take down Lin Xian and destroy the Divine Dragon Pavilion's arena to relieve the resentment in their hearts. However, they didn't expect to lose 2 matches in a row as soon as they arrived. Moreover, they were mercilessly despised in public. This feeling was very embarrassing. "Ah, kid, go to hell!" The spear user was furious. He roared into the sky, and an even more violent aura rose from his body. He became one with his spear, forming a terrifying aura. With a thrust of his spear, the spirit chi in the sky was driven, forming a ferocious roaring dragon that enveloped the surroundings. Everywhere it passed, cracks appeared on the ground. The windows, tables, and chairs on both sides were all turned into powder. This spear was the full force of the martial artist's attack. In the face of such a violent attack, Lin Xian's expression was cold. He repeated his previous actions, flicking out sword waves one after another. Ka ka ka! Every sword wave was extremely sharp, and it quickly blasted towards that martial artist. Chapter 6, 23. Lin Xian flicked his fingers and shot out sword waves one after another, all of which were aimed at the spearman. Every wave of sword energy pierced through the void, forcing the spearman to retreat. In the end, his body was filled with terrifying sword holes. Poof! The spearman fell to the ground, severely injured. Blood splattered everywhere. This was too shocking. That spearman was extremely powerful, especially that spear attack just now. It could definitely pierce through any ultimate warrior. There were probably not many people present who could withstand it. However, such a powerhouse was still defeated by Lin Xian. And it was a crushing defeat. A bunch of trash. Is this what gives you two the right to be so arrogant? Lin Xian shouted angrily, looking disdainfully at everyone. He Muyue and Qi Tian were trembling with anger. This was a slap to their faces. Luo Lai, kill him. Qi Tian screamed, his face ferocious. He was about to go crazy. Only Lin Xian's death could calm him down. A young man walked out. He was tall and wore a red robe like the sun. His expression was cold, but there was a hint of ruthlessness between his brows. It was frightening. Luo Lai, it's really him. The outstanding talent of the Sand region, the undefeated legend. I didn't expect such a talent to appear. Everyone gasped in shock. They had no choice. Luo Lai's reputation was too great. He was like the scorching sun, high up in the sky, pressuring them until they could not breathe. Although Luo Lai was not among the 4 great prodigies, everyone knew that his strength was not inferior to any of them. At least, according to what they knew, he had never been defeated. Among those of the same level, he had almost instantly defeated his opponents. Even some of the powerful elders had been defeated by him. Such a person could be said to be a top powerhouse. Other than the few recognized prodigies, there were probably only 1 or 2 people in the entire Sand region who could go against him. As for whether Lin Xian could go against him, they did not know. Lin Xian, you're not bad. You're the first person I've seen who has such combat strength at the late stage of cultivation, Luo Lai said calmly. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Luo Lai to give such an evaluation of Lin Xian. Qi Tian was also stunned. He frowned. What was Luo Lai doing? He actually praised the other party. He was dissatisfied, but he didn't show it. Luo Lai was a top-notch expert, but he was not his servant. The two of them only had a business relationship, and their status was equal. Therefore, he could only watch. However, with your strength, you have no chance of winning against me. Luo Lai's voice was calm, as if he was talking about something very normal. Admitting defeat is the best and wisest choice for you. With a calm expression, he looked at Lin Xian. Even though he had never displayed any arrogant and domineering behavior from the beginning to the end, his calm words revealed an unquestionable tone. This was not a suggestion, but an order. Everyone was shocked. If someone else had said something like this, they might have laughed because Lin Xian would definitely have slapped them. However, Luo Lai was different. No one would doubt his words. Qi Tian smiled. This was the effect he wanted. Humph, kid, in front of Luo Lai, you can only wait for your death. He Muyue was also relieved. You are very confident. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. But it seems that you are overconfident. You are wrong. My words have always been accurate. Luo Lai's eyes shone brightly. You will soon know that everything will go according to my plan. Come, I am looking forward to the result of this battle. Lin Xian's body also shone brightly. He immediately activated his sword intent. This time, he felt an unprecedented pressure from Luo Lai. It was obvious that Luo Lai was a strong opponent. That pressure was definitely not weaker than Shen Yaoyan's. Humph, stubborn. Luo Lai snorted. He was disdainful of Lin Xian's stubbornness. It seemed that only by using his fist could he wake Lin Xian up. Boom! Luo Lai took a step forward. His body suddenly exploded with an imposing aura. A ball of blazing light, like a blood-red sun, suddenly exploded. Luo Lai's fist blasted out. It carried an extremely strong force and instantly blasted towards Lin Xian. This fist was as fast as lightning. Coupled with the strong force, it directly stunned everyone. Lin Xian's expression was cold. The sword light in his eyes flickered. The sword intent in his body exploded, setting off a strong aura. It was like a peerless divine sword unsheathed. It was unstoppable. That swift and fierce stance caused the surrounding martial artists to be aghast. Sword intent, it is actually sword intent. Gosh, it is the third concept. This is too heaven-defying. Everyone was shocked. They'd already witnessed Lin Xian's wind concept and lightning concept, but no one had imagined that Lin Xian actually had a third concept. Moreover, it was an extremely rare sword intent. This sword intent is so sharp. It definitely surpasses the previous two concepts. Could this be Lin Xian's true strength? No wonder he is not afraid of Luo Lai. Everyone was shocked. They had never seen a genius who had comprehended three concepts. Humph! Luo Lai snorted. A cold light flickered in his eyes. It was like a sharp blade that slashed across the void. Luo Lai was surprised that Lin Xian had concealed his strength, but this also aroused his anger. He would let Lin Xian know what it meant to be an undefeatable king. The light on his body became even brighter. Rays of golden light shone and wrapped around his body, giving off a metallic texture. A cold metallic aura emanated from his body, making him look like a King Kong. Swoosh! In the void, a dazzling sword chi flashed across and quickly slashed towards Luo Lai. Boom! Boom boom! An earth-shattering sound reverberated, causing the entire arena to collapse. Nan Gongsheng was shocked. He quickly brought people to reinforce the defensive array to prevent the violent energy from leaking out. The sword slashed viciously on Luo Lai's body. However, it was like metal clashing against stone, giving off a clanging sound. Luo Lai was like a King Kong war god. His body was extremely hard, and he took Lin Xian's sword head-on. Shocking, too shocking. Luo Lai's body was probably even stronger than an upper spiritual rank defensive weapon. Yet, it did not leave a single scratch on his body. However, Luo Lai's heart sank. Lin Xian's sword essence had exceeded his expectations. It was extremely sharp, and it caused his blood to boil. If it was not for his powerful King Kong flame demon body, he would not have been able to take that sword. However, this made him even more furious. Lin Xian was able to make him feel threatened. He could not let such a person live. Flaming metal fist. Luo Lai threw out a punch. The golden light was like a blade as it rushed towards Lin Xian. The aura was fierce, and it did not belong to Lin Xian's sword essence at all. An expert, an absolute expert. Luo Lai's every move was extremely powerful. His sharpness far exceeded that of an ordinary swordsman. This must be the power brought about by the metal spiritual energy. Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. He swung out his long sword, and the power of wind and lightning merged to form a wind and lightning sword chi. Wind and lightning cut. Countless wind and lightning forces intertwined to form a huge wind and lightning sword chi that shone in the air. The sword chi was accompanied by Lin Xian's sword essence, and it slashed forward with a terrifying momentum. Chapter 6:24. As the sword slashed down, the huge sword aura seemed to split open the void. With a sharp aura, it whizzed towards Luo Lai. The power of this sword was terrifying. The sword essence it contained was even more terrifying. In an instant, the space where Luo Lai was seemed to have been split open. The sword aura of countless thin swords was extremely violent. Feeling the terror of this sword, Luo Lai's face turned gloomy. He shouted and waved his fists. The golden light on his body shone brightly. Metal element fist. He used the power of metal. The metal runes on the surface of his body shone with golden light and clanged. His fist blasted out and exploded the area. The entire defensive light screen trembled rapidly as if it could not withstand it. The sword aura and the fist shadow collided and burst out with monstrous energy. The two forces did not give way to each other and were in a stalemate. What a strong sword essence! It can actually resist my metal element fist. Luo Lai was shocked. He comprehended the concept of metal, and his body contained the power of metal. It could be said that his attack power was extremely strong. Among the younger generation in the entire Sand region, there were few who could match him. However, this powerful punch did not shatter his opponent's sword aura. It was almost split open by his opponent. This Lin Xian was indeed more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. At this moment, Lin Xian shouted, "Explode!" Rumble! The wind and lightning sword aura exploded and produced a destructive energy that instantly annihilated Luo Lai. In an instant, the entire arena was filled with wind and lightning. The sea of lightning spread and was terrifying. Fortunately, there was a defensive light screen. Otherwise, the entire arena would have been turned into dust. Looking at the destructive energy, the crowd was shocked. These two people were too terrifying. If there were no restrictions, they could have destroyed half of the city in an instant. Even with the defensive light screen, the martial artists still felt their hearts palpitate. Boom! A golden light pillar burst out and stirred up the exploding energy. Luo Lai's figure appeared. His body shone with golden light like a god of war. However, his face was extremely gloomy. The explosion just now had threatened him. Although he was not injured in the end, he was at a disadvantage. "Kid, you have completely angered me." Luo Lai's expression was ferocious. He was like a ferocious beast that was quickly awakening. Lin Xian held his sword. His aura was even sharper. Such an opponent was what he longed for. Fist of metal, heaven splitting. Luo Lai waved his fist again. The golden radiance was like thousands of swords. It formed a huge airflow and rushed towards Lin Xian. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart like a piece of cloth. This is one of the killing moves of the Fist of Metal. Looks like Luo Lai is going to go all out. Everyone was shocked, but Qi Tian and the others smiled. Lin Xian was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. As he felt the surging power in front of him, his pupils shrank. That power was too powerful. That golden flood was like a sun, carrying with it a blazing aura. The sharpness in it was even more powerful, and it seemed to be no weaker than his sword intent. Concept of metal? He's really strong. Different intents would contain different amounts of energy. The metal intent focused on attacking. That was why Luo Lai's attack was so powerful. However, how could Lin Xian be afraid? He was someone who possessed an offensive saint art like the great dragon sword spirit. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and he looked like a peerless sword immortal. His entire body exuded spiritual power and sword intent. Around him, the wind was like a sword unstoppable. Heaven's sealing sword. Since his opponent's attack was to split open the sky, he would seal the sky. Lin Xian held the wind shadow sword in his hand and rushed out quickly. His long sword swung, forming a sword screen. In the void, an arc-shaped sword screen was formed, covering half the sky. Within the light screen, countless sword auras intertwined, forming a strangulation technique. The sword screen fell, covering the golden flood. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound could be heard in the void. In an instant, the two forces collided fiercely, and small cracks appeared in the void. There was also an ear-piercing, demonic sound. It was the sound of sword aura slicing. The golden light roared like a giant beast, and its sharp impact seemed to break the sword screen. Behind him, Luo Lai roared. His whole body shone with golden light, and endless spiritual energy rolled, quickly merging into the golden flood. The Fist of Metal seemed to be nourished, and it became even more violent. Lin Xian's sword screen was constantly pushed back, and it was being squeezed out of shape. Seeing the scene, Everyone was shocked and speechless. On the other hand, Chi Tian and the rest revealed satisfied smiles. Feeling Luo Lai's strength, Lin Xian's eyes darkened. Then he raised his long sword and shouted, "Wind, lightning dragon, roar!" A deep roar could be heard, shaking the surroundings. The sword screen rotated and changed in the air, quickly forming a wind, lightning dragon. The dragon's head was ferocious, and it roared to the sky, releasing a powerful force. The wind, lightning dragon roared and rushed forward. Its huge dragon claws slashed down, tearing everything in front of it apart. Chi! As the claw landed, the fist of metal was torn apart. What? It was torn apart. Everyone was shocked. The tyrannical fist of metal was actually torn apart. Luo Lai's pupils shrank. The power of the wind, lightning dragon shocked him. While he was in a daze, his opponent had completely destroyed his fist of metal. Golden flame wave. Looking at the wind, lightning dragon, Luo Lai revealed a sinister smile. His right fist turned into a palm, and a thick golden ball appeared on his palm. The golden ball was small, but it emitted a monstrous energy. The moment it appeared, everyone trembled. He waved his hand, and the golden ball spun. A golden light wave flew out as fast as lightning. The void rippled, and the golden light beam flashed. It was like the sharpest spear in the world, piercing forward. Roar! The wind lightning dragon was pierced, and it exploded. Violent energy overflowed, but it couldn't stop the golden light wave. On the surface of the golden light beam, there were balls of golden flames burning. The scorching energy distorted the void. Lin Xian's expression changed. This golden light was enough to threaten him. He didn't take it head-on. Instead, he used his mysterious footwork and dodged with extreme speed. At the same time, the wind concept played its greatest role, forming a green airflow under his feet. Whoosh! At this moment, Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. The golden light beam brushed past him, and the terrifying energy made his blood boil. But fortunately, he dodged it. Puff! The golden light beam flew, and its speed didn't decrease. It quickly hit the defensive light screen. However, the light screen only lasted for a moment before it couldn't hold on and shattered. Behind him, Nan Gongxing and the others' expressions changed. The light beam was coming toward them. The entire arena fell into fear. They couldn't escape, and they didn't have the strength to resist. Facing such an attack, Lin Xian didn't choose to take it head-on. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Seeing this, Luo Lai revealed a sinister smile. Originally, he was depressed that Lin Xian could dodge his killer move. But now, it seemed to be more interesting. If these people died, what would Lin Xian's expression be? He was looking forward to it. Chapter 6:25. The golden flame wave was extremely powerful. It hit the defensive light screen and tore it apart. Moreover, the terrifying light wave rushed towards Nan Gongxing and the others. If they were hit, Nan Gongxing and the other members of the casino would be turned into ashes. Seeing this scene, Chi Tianxiao, Mu Yu, and the others laughed wildly, their faces sinister. Although they didn't expect this result, they were overjoyed. Lin Xian's face changed when he saw this. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if this attack hit. Perhaps those people would leave him forever. After these days of interaction, he had already treated Nan Gongxing as a brother. Now that his brother was in trouble, he couldn't ignore it. With a roar, Lin Xian didn't hide his strength anymore. He unleashed all the spiritual energy in his body. He used the illusory demonic steps to the extreme. His entire body disappeared in the air as he flew quickly. However, the golden light was too fast. It reached Nan Gongxing and the others in the blink of an eye. Not enough. Faster. Faster. Lin Xian roared. He didn't want a tragedy to happen. With a roar, the spiritual energy in his body exploded again. At the same time, the wind and thunder essences formed a pair of wind and thunder wings on his back. The wind and thunder wings flapped, and the two essences exploded. Together with his extreme movement technique, his speed broke through the limit at this moment. In an instant, he reached Nan Gongseng and the others. Run! Lin Xian waved his hand and formed a palm of light that pushed Nan Gongseng and the others away. As for himself, he had to face the terrifying golden flame wave. Lin Xian! Nan Gongseng retreated to a safe distance. When he saw this, he roared crazily. He wanted to rush forward, but the terrifying golden flame wave had already swallowed Lin Xian. No. Nan Gongseng roared crazily. His handsome face was filled with pain. The group of people behind him also roared angrily. They were unwilling to accept this. In order to save them, Lin Xian had put himself in great danger. This made them extremely grateful. At the same time, they were filled with regret. Brother Xian, why are you so stupid? Nan Gongseng was in pain. He didn't dare to imagine the consequences of being hit. His heart was filled with pain as if he had lost his soul. Luo Lai, if my brother gets hurt, I won't let you off easily. Nan Gongseng roared as he glared at the golden figure in the sky. You're not qualified. Luo Lai sneered, completely ignoring Nan Gongseng's threat. Down below, Qi Tian Shao, Mu Shua, and the others laughed loudly. Great! This scourge is finally gone. If he was hit by that terrifying golden flame wave, even if he didn't die, he would definitely be seriously injured. When the time came, they would definitely be able to take the other party's life with a few stabs. Up ahead, golden light flickered and raging flames burned. All of the nearby buildings were destroyed, forming a terrifying scene. Not only that, but that space had also fallen into an extremely unstable state, as if it could collapse at any moment. At this moment, a ray of red light shone like a red sun, piercing through the clouds. What? Everyone was shocked as they stared ahead. Luo Lai's face was also gloomy because he could sense that Lin Xian's aura had not weakened. In fact, it had become even stronger. This is impossible. Luo Lai did not believe that no one could resist the golden flame wave head-on, not even a prodigy. However, the aura in front of him made him more and more uneasy. Originally, that space was extremely unstable. Golden light and raging flames burned, forming a cloud-like energy that enveloped everything. However, at this moment, a ball of red light pierced through the clouds as if a red sun had risen. The red light intertwined to form a red lotus that was born from the flames. It was extremely dazzling. As soon as the red lotus appeared, the surrounding golden flames suddenly dimmed. They did not even dare to approach it. What is that? Everyone was shocked. They could not believe that there was such a powerful red lotus in the world. However, an even more shocking scene appeared. From the huge red lotus shadow, a figure slowly walked out. The figure was slender and exuded a majestic aura. It was as if an immortal king had crossed time and space. As the figure walked out, the red lotus shadow in the sky quickly condensed and finally imprinted itself on the figure. Finally, the figure was completely revealed in front of everyone's eyes. Black wind fluttered, and his eyes were filled with determination. He was wearing a fiery red battle suit with a red lotus blooming on it. It was incomparably beautiful. Lin Xian, he's still alive, the crowd exclaimed. Heavens, he's not injured. He took the golden flame wave head-on and didn't suffer any damage. I'm afraid no one in the spirit detecting realm can do that. Who is this guy? How can he have such a powerful defense? Luo Lai also had a face of disbelief. He did not believe that his killing move would fail. However, everything in front of him had subverted his understanding. Damn it! What is that red lotus battle suit? Luo Lai's face was ferocious. Even a high-grade spiritual treasure could not have such a powerful defense. Unless it was a top-grade spiritual treasure, However, top-grade spiritual treasures were extremely rare. Even supremacies might not have one. How could a late-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivator have such a treasure? Luo Lai was shocked and puzzled. He could not understand. Down below, Chi Tian, Mount Kirowood, and the others all had terrified expressions on their faces. As they looked at Lin Xian's silhouette, they revealed terrified expressions. This person was too powerful. He was definitely a peerless genius on par with Lolita. This was especially true for Chi Tian. He was filled with regret. He could not provoke such an outstanding person, even if he was from the city, Lord's mansion. One had to know that as long as such a genius did not die, he would definitely enter the supremacies and become a powerful expert. Therefore, the city lord's mansion would not provoke such a person. You dare to hurt my brother? No one can save you. Lin Xian wore the red lotus battle suit and looked like a fiery war god. His voice rang out in the air like countless sharp swords stabbing into everyone's hearts. Stop boasting. Defeat me first. Luo Lai coldly snorted. Although his opponent's defense was powerful, he would not be afraid. After all, he was the undefeatable king of the entire Sand region. Other than those few geniuses, no one was his match. Golden light flickered on Luo Lai's body and condensed into a golden battle suit that covered his body. On the battle suit, there were layers of flames that flickered, making him look extraordinary. Brat, I'm tired of playing with you. Go to hell. Luo Lai raised his right hand and golden light flickered on his palm. A golden spear quickly condensed in the air. The light it emitted was even more dazzling than the sun. Radiant spear. That's Luo Lai's famous battle skill. Everyone exclaimed. Rumor has it that he once used this radiant spear to kill an extremely powerful elder. That's right. No one can escape from the Spear of Light. Chapter 6:26. The Spear of Light was unstoppable and could kill opponents stronger than itself. Luo Lai held the Spear of Light in his hand like a killing god. The terrifying aura caused everyone to tremble. Kid, you can die in peace now that you made me use this move. Luo Lai was very confident. This was the technique that made him famous and was also one of his strongest killing moves. Under this move, no one could block it. Lin Xuexuan's expression turned cold as he felt the powerful force coming from the other side. The red lotus battle armor on his body shone with a demonic light. Spiritual energy fluctuated in front of him and quickly condensed into a long sword that floated in the air. It was a blood-red long sword. The moment it appeared, the void was filled with blood-red, killing intent. It was as if the entire space had turned into a hellish azure field. Sword of Slaughter. Facing a strong opponent like Luo Lai, Lin Xian did not hold back. With his blood-red armor and blood-red long sword, Lin Xian was like an azura from hell, filled with killing intent. Below, everyone was shocked. They trembled and quickly retreated. The auras of the two were too shocking. It was not something they could withstand. Luo Lai floated in the air with the Spear of Light in his hand. He looked extraordinary, but his heart was filled with shock. The blood-red long sword was too tyrannical, causing him to feel a sense of fear. Moreover, the aura was not any weaker than his Spear of Light. Damn it! How could this kid have such a powerful martial technique? Luo Lai was furious. A martial artist at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm not only had a powerful defense, but also a shocking attack. This was hard for him to accept. If he did not get rid of this person, he was afraid that he would completely surpass him in a few years. He would not allow such a person to exist. Therefore, at this moment, it was not only for the agreement with Chi Tian, Luo Lai's killing intent sword. He was determined to get rid of Lin Xian. Die. The Spear of Light fell like a blazing sun in the air, shattering everything in its path. Large areas of houses collapsed, and half of the arena was destroyed and turned into dust. This attack was too powerful. It was like a meteor crashing into the ground. The terrifying power spread out in all directions. Everyone below screamed and fled the arena. Those martial artists who were too slow were swept by the blazing light and vomited blood in the air. Lin Xian snorted when he saw the spear of light rushing towards him. He gripped the sword of slaughter tightly and slowly slashed towards the left. This sword seemed to be very slow, but it contained shocking killing intent. The blood-red sword Qi struck down, and boundless killing intent spread out, surging out like waves. Everything in its path was annihilated. This was the sword of slaughter, which represented a powerful blood-red killing intent. At this moment, Lin Xian faced Luo Lai. His heart was filled with murderous intent as he unleashed the essence of this sword. More than half of the void was dyed red, and the entire arena was sent flying. Countless rocks fell from the sky. Pum! The blood-red sword Qi and the golden spear collided in the air, and then a dazzling light burst out. Balls of berserk energy quickly moved, forming an incomparably huge energy ball that enveloped the entire area. Everything that was touched by the energy ball was turned into ashes. The ground collapsed, and the surrounding houses quickly dissipated. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. It was terrifying. This scene caused a sensation throughout the entirety of Quicksand City. Countless cultivators looked over, horrified expressions on their faces. Suddenly, a colorful light lit up in the void, and a rectangular colorful light pillar quickly descended, covering the terrifying energy ball. At the same time, Luo Lai and Lin Xian were covered by it. This colorful energy pillar formed an enclosed battle space. A venerable has made his move. Everyone was terrified. The colorful aura not only represented a venerable, but also a symbol of status. This was the city lord's move. However, he did not stop the two from fighting. He only separated the two to prevent Quicksand City from being destroyed again. Everyone fled, hiding in a safe place to watch the battle. Within the colorful defensive space, the berserk energy was rampant. The entire space was gray and abnormally chaotic. At this moment, a shocking blood-red light, like a rainbow, pierced through the sky. Following it was a berserk, blood-red killing intent. The sword of slaughter. In the berserk energy, it rose up once again, and with a killing intent, it slashed forward. The golden spear was sent flying, making a screeching sound in the void. At the same time, Luo Lai at the back groaned, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The spear of light was sent flying? How is this possible? The spectating martial artists were shocked. That's Luo Lai's famous martial skill, and it's a martial skill that can kill high-level martial artists. However, such a powerful martial skill was defeated by Lin Xian. What exactly is that blood-red sword? Even the spear of light was sent flying. This Lin Xian is too terrifying. We can't provoke him. After sending the spear of light flying, Lin Xian's fighting spirit sword. He held the sword of slaughter and quickly attacked. The blood-red sword Qi was everywhere, all slashing toward Luo Lai. At this moment, Lin Xian turned into a killing god, killing in all directions. Luo Lai could not bear the shocking blood-red killing intent and could only dodge quickly. However, Lin Xian was faster. With a slash, the terrifying sword Qi enveloped Luo Lai. "Open for me!" Luo Lai shouted angrily. The terrifying energy in his body surged, and his whole body seemed to have turned into metal. He could not escape, so he could only take it head-on. He punched out with both fists, which shone with a metallic luster. They were like powerful weapons as they blasted forward. Boom! An earth-shaking sound reverberated, and then Luo Lai was sent flying. His arms, which were like treasured weapons, were now dull and lifeless. They were filled with blood-red sword marks. Not only that, but there was also a ghastly sword wound on his chest that had almost cut him in half. His concept of metal had been broken. How can this be? I can't lose. Luo Lai was furious, but more than that, he was terrified. He had never been defeated since his debut, and he thought that he was not weaker than those peerless geniuses. This time he came to Quicksand City to fight with those geniuses. However, he was now defeated by a martial artist in the late stage of the spirit detecting realm. He could not accept this. Impossible, I don't believe it. Luo Lai stopped his body from retreating and roared to the sky. Golden light shone around him like a golden sea. With a roar, a huge spiritual vortex formed above his head and quickly entered his body, repairing the wounds on his body. However, the blood-red killing intent was too strong, and he could not get rid of it immediately. He could only suppress it temporarily. I will not lose. Brat, I will kill you. Luo Lai roared like an injured beast. He no longer had the calmness from before. Now he had no choice but to use his trump card. Otherwise, he would be defeated by Lin Xian today. I have to admit that you are strong. However, under my trump card, you have no chance of survival. Luo Lai regained his composure. His body was bleeding, but his expression was full of confidence. Chapter 6, 27. Luo Lai became confident again. This time, he was going to use his strongest trump card. He had prepared this for challenging prodigies. He did not expect to use it here. However, he did not regret it. Lin Xian's combat power was indeed worthy of him using this move. This was originally prepared for Blackwood Cliff. I did not expect to use it on you. You should be honored to be the first witness. Luo Lai's voice was cold. Prepared for Blackwood Cliff? The surrounding warriors were shocked. Blackwood Cliff was a prodigy-level warrior from the Sand region. His strength was unfathomable and had long surpassed the limits of ordinary ultimate warriors. Other than a few other prodigies, no one else could suppress him. Now, Luo Lai's trump card was prepared to go against Blackwood Cliff. One could imagine how terrifying this trump card was. I'm afraid Lin Xian is finished. This was what many people were thinking. A trump card to go against prodigies? Lin Xian frowned. Looking at his opponent's confident look, it must not be simple. However, he was not afraid. He also had a trump card. More than one. Therefore, Lin Xian appeared quite calm. If you have a trump card, hurry up and use it. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Lin Xian appeared very calm. This Lin Xian is really arrogant. He's still talking big. Humph. This will only speed up his death. Hey Mue! And the rest sneered. Ignorant. Luo Lai snorted disdainfully. He believed that as long as he used his trump card, his opponent would be scared silly. A ball of golden flame appeared and pulsed in his palm. It was like a heart beating nonstop. In the middle of the flame, there was a pure golden flame. It was unusually lively and was pulsing as if it was alive. This pulsing was accompanied by a hot and sharp aura that quickly spread in all directions. The aura was very shocking, causing the surrounding warriors to tremble. It was a trembling that came from the soul. In fact, the hearts of some weaker martial artists started to beat along with the flames. It was as if they could not control it. What kind of flame is this? It's too terrifying. It can actually affect a warrior's heartbeat. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian was also shocked. His whole body tensed up because he sensed a great danger coming from the golden flames in front of him. This feeling was very strong, and it made him feel like he was facing a venerable one. However, he quickly calmed down because he knew that the other party's cultivation was only at the peak of the spirit detecting realm and not a venerable. Martial spirit. He actually managed to condense a trace of his martial soul. The surrounding martial artists cried out in alarm. What? That flame is actually a martial spirit. Everyone was astonished because martial spirits were unique to venerables. The power of a martial soul was extremely strong, and it was definitely beyond what a spirit-detecting realm martial artist could endure. Who would have thought that Luo Lai would be able to condense a trace of his martial spirit? How terrifying! Everyone was incomparably shocked. If a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm wanted to enter the higher realm of the venerable realm, they had to first achieve perfection in their intent realm and comprehend and condense the embryonic form of their martial soul. Only then would they have the qualifications to enter the venerable realm. Therefore, the embryonic form of a martial soul was something that all martial artists yearned for. However, Luo Lai had actually condensed a trace of his martial soul. Although it was very small, it was indeed an embryonic form of a martial soul. Lin Xian was also shocked. He did not think that Luo Lai would be able to reach this step. He was indeed a top genius. That's not right. Didn't he comprehend the concept of gold? Why is the embryonic form of his martial soul a flame? Someone asked doubtfully. Actually, everyone was puzzled. Lin Xian also frowned, but his soul force was outstanding. He keenly noticed that there was a trace of pure gold light within the golden flame. It did not seem to be a flame, but a small knife. It's a knife! Lin Xian was shocked. He realized that the flame outside was not the embryonic form of a martial soul. Only the small pure gold knife in the center was Luo Lai's martial soul. Although it was small, the pressure it emitted covered everything. Kid, I have already comprehended a trace of the embryonic form of my martial soul. I am unrivaled in the same realm. Therefore, you can die now. Luo Lai's voice was cold as he looked down at Lin Xian, the embryonic form of a martial soul. He did not expect Luo Lai to have condensed the embryonic form of a martial soul. He Muiwa laughed wildly. This was great. That kid surnamed Lin was dead for sure. Qi Tian also let out a sigh of relief. Lin Xian gave him too much pressure. Therefore, he was eager to kill Lin Xian. The current situation was just right for him to fulfill his wish. A trace of the embryonic form of a martial soul is indeed powerful. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He did not underestimate his opponent. However, he was not afraid at all. Not long ago, he had returned the dragon's sword soul to its origin, although he had not completely refined the dragon's sword soul. If he fully activated it, its power would be enough to contend with Luo Lai. It might even be stronger. You are the strongest opponent I have encountered so far. Therefore, you are worthy of my full strength. Lin Xian's voice was steady. There was no trace of panic. Luo Lai smiled contemptuously. After releasing a trace of his martial soul, he did not put Lin Xian in his eyes at all. Luo Lai raised his right hand and held the golden flame in front of his chest. The golden knife in the middle of the flame was spinning rapidly, emitting a shocking power. With a push of his palm, the flame flew out quickly, carrying the golden knife. It was like a ray of golden light, quickly rushing towards Lin Xian. This attack, regardless of whether it was speed or power, surpassed all the previous attacks. It could be said that martial artists who had not condensed the embryonic form of a martial soul would not be able to withstand it. This was because this was a qualitative change. It was a change in the nature of the attack. It was not something that could be countered by numbers. Therefore, Luo Lai had such confidence. Looking at the flame rushing towards him, Lin Xian was extremely calm. At this moment, he had entered a very strange state. He fully activated the dragon's sword soul in his body and quickly slashed out with the slaughter sword in his hand. The mini true dragon in his body roared and emitted an unfathomable power. It merged with the slaughter sword in his hand and quickly slashed out. The blood-red sword aura surged and evolved into a red true dragon in the air, roaring towards the sky. At this moment, the true dragon's sword aura was very lively as if it had a soul. With a roar, the red true dragon sword aura quickly rushed towards the golden flame in front of him. This attack was full of spirituality. The moment it appeared, it caused a stir. This was because everyone felt the same aura from Lin Xian as Luo Lai. It was the aura of an embryonic form of a martial soul. Embryonic form of a martial soul? How is this possible? Luo Lai was also shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. It had to be known that the embryonic form of a martial soul could only be condensed when one's cultivation had reached the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. However, the youth in front of him was clearly at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. How could he have an embryonic form of a martial soul? Luo Lai was a little confused. He could not believe what was happening in front of him. The crowd below was even more shocked. They could not understand how Lin Xian could also have an embryonic form of a martial soul. He Muyue and Qi Tian were even more shocked. The two of them looked as if they had seen a ghost. They would probably never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. From now on, they would never dare to cause trouble for Lin Xian. It was not just the martial artists. Many of the venerables in Quicksand City were silently watching the battle. At this moment, when they saw Lin Xian use an attack similar to an embryonic form of a martial soul, they were greatly shocked. This was too abnormal. It completely violated the principle of an embryonic form of a martial soul. Chapter 6:28. Lin Xian's attack, which was similar to the embryonic form of a martial soul, had shocked everyone. Moreover, the power of that sword was even more shocking. In the void, the golden saber contained in the golden flames spun rapidly and shook the surroundings. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were trampling through the void. That aura was too violent. It was like a raging wave that quickly spread over. On the other side, Lin Xian's blood-red sword Qi was even more terrifying. The roar was like a violent torrent that poured out in torrents. One was the embryonic form of a golden saber formed by the sublimation of the concept of metal. The other was a true dragon sword Qi that was filled with blood-red killing intent and the greater success of the sword intent. The two of them clashed. The void boiled and quickly split open. At the point of intersection, a chaotic fog was emitted. The golden saber flashed and swept in all directions. At the same time, a sea of blood filled the air. The roar of a true dragon was endless. Collision, an intense collision. That terrifying momentum was unforgettable for the surrounding martial artists. Fortunately, there were venerables to create a unique battle space. Otherwise, the two of them would have destroyed more than half of Quicksand City. This was just a trace of the embryonic form of a martial soul. If it was a real martial soul, a casual attack could destroy the entire Quicksand City. One had to know that Quicksand City was not an ordinary city. It was a huge city in the Sand Country. It covered thousands of miles and was very vast. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the power of a martial soul was. In the void, the two forces collided, creating a terrifying wave that wrapped around Luo Lai and Lin Xian. The surrounding people were nervous and watched closely. When the violent energy dissipated, the figures of the two were revealed. Luo Lai's body flew out as if he had been struck by lightning. The golden armor on his body was broken in many places. It was very miserable. Every time he took a step back, he would step into the void. It was as if a giant hammer was striking a drum, producing a violent sound. Moreover, the surrounding air was like a wave, quickly spreading out. Lin Xian was also sent flying. However, the red lotus battle suit on his body shone with a demonic light, forming the strongest defense. It seemed that he did not suffer much impact. Everyone was shocked. The scene in front of them showed that Lin Xian seemed to have the upper hand. This was too shocking. The young man in front of them was too powerful. He could actually suppress Luo Lai, who is known as the Invincible King. Just how strong was his strength? Could it be that he was already on par with those geniuses? This was what everyone was wondering. Luo Lai was too powerful. Among the younger generation of the Sand region, only a few geniuses could defeat Luo Lai. But now, Lin Quanxian was suppressing the little girl. Did this mean that his strength had reached the level of a prodigy? If that was really the case, then it was too terrifying. Most of these geniuses were around 30 years old, and their cultivations were all at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. That was why they were able to comprehend the embryonic form of a martial soul and stand above everyone else. As for Lin Xian, he was only 18 years old, and his cultivation base was at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm. However, his battle prowess was not any weaker than a prodigy's. This had never happened in the history of the Sand region. Lin Xian steadied himself and rushed out once again. He was like a ray of resplendent sword light, instantly arriving in front of Luo Lai. The blood-red sword of slaughter stabbed out again. This time he didn't use his martial soul embryonic form because using the great dragon sword soul had consumed a lot of his energy. Moreover, he could see that his opponent didn't have the possibility of using his martial soul embryonic form. Therefore, he only used the sword of slaughter and the great success sword intent to the extreme. However, this was already very terrifying. It was far from what an ultimate warrior could withstand. You are the strongest opponent I have met so far. Thank you for allowing me to have a deeper understanding of my martial soul embryonic form. Now let's end this. With a slash of the sword, Luo Lai was sent flying and crashed heavily into the ground. Suddenly, a human-shaped crater appeared on the ground. Countless shocking cracks spread out in all directions as if a huge earthquake had occurred. Luo Lai fell to the ground, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. There was a hint of madness in his expression, as well as frustration and disappointment. Defeated. He has been defeated. He had never been defeated since his debut and thought that he was a peerless prodigy. But now he had been defeated. It wasn't because he was careless or made a mistake. He had truly been defeated. Fang's strength had already surpassed his. The power of his martial soul embryonic form was even stronger than his. Therefore, there was no need for him to continue fighting, nor was there a chance for him to continue. This was because at this moment his body was filled with violent slaughter intent and sharp great success sword intent. This caused his injuries to worsen. He couldn't even use half of his combat strength. Roaring to the sky, Luo Lai quickly swallowed a few pills. Then he endured the pain all over his body and quickly fled. Everyone was shocked and stood rooted to the ground. Luo Lai, known as the undefeated king of Sand region, had been defeated and left like a stray dog. A legend had fallen in front of them, and another legend had quickly risen. Lin Xian had defeated the undefeated king. The powerful strength he displayed shocked everyone. Some observant people noticed that ever since Lin Xian appeared in Quicksand City, he had won every battle. They didn't know if this was the rise of another undefeated king. However, they knew that Lin Xian's strength was definitely comparable to a prodigy's. Such a person was still above everyone else. Whoosh! The colorful light screen disappeared. It was obvious that the city lord had removed the energy. However, with his powerful soul perception, Lin Xian knew that the surrounding sovereign's consciousness were still there. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian looked down. Today's matter had to be settled. Sensing Lin Xian's gaze, Yamajima and Qi Tian trembled and almost wet themselves. Lin Xian was too powerful. Even Luo Lai was no match for him, let alone the two of them. You, what do you want? Yamajima asked with a trembling voice. You brought people to cause trouble and even tried to kill me. Now that I've beaten them away, do you think this is the end? What a joke! Lin Xian snorted. How could he show mercy when others wanted to kill him? However, the situation was very special. The sovereigns were watching, so he couldn't go too far. At the very least, he couldn't offend everyone. Lin Xian looked at Qi Tian and said, For the sake of the city lord, I'll let you go today. I hope you won't participate in this kind of thing in the future. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Qi Tian quickly nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. He was greatly relieved, knowing that this time it was fine. Moreover, even without Lin Xian's reminder, he wouldn't dare to participate in this kind of thing in the future. As for you, Lin Xian looked at Yamajima and the others again. Just because I didn't want to join your Blackwood Castle's arena, you and Yamajima tried to get rid of me? Your Blackwood family is truly shameless. For the sake of your sovereigns, I won't kill you today. However, I'll cut off one of your arms as a lesson. Chapter 6:29. Chop off an arm. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian let Qi Tian off, but he wanted to punish He Muyue and the others. This was obviously going against the Blackwood stronghold. However, from Lin Xian's words, everyone understood the grudge between him and the Blackwood stronghold. From this point of view, it was indeed the Blackwood stronghold that was too arrogant and in the wrong. However, the Blackwood stronghold had always been so overbearing and arrogant. Those who were related to Wu Enai and the others were all mercilessly assassinated. But this time, they seemed to have kicked an iron plate. Not only were the martial artists below shocked, but even the supreme experts in the surroundings were greatly surprised. In the soul spirit perception, there were supreme experts from the Blackwood stronghold. Right now, a fifth-stage spirit detection realm martial artist actually wanted to kill a disciple of the Blackwood stronghold in front of a supreme expert. This was a blatant slap to the face. Deep in the clouds, an elder stood in the void. That elder was wearing a green robe, and the word battle was drawn on his chest with golden lines. The dragon and phoenix were dancing and emitting an indescribable aura. At this moment, the elder smiled as he looked at the scene below and nodded slightly. Not bad. This kid has some character. Beside the elder, there was a young lady wearing a green gauze dress. The young lady had an elegant appearance and was emitting a different aura, especially that pair of eyes which were like gemstones and abnormally spirited. She curled her lips and said with disdain, trying to be brave in front of a supreme expert, "What an idiot. But old man, didn't you notice anything? How many times have I told you to call me master? Why are you so disobedient?" The green-robed elder had an unhappy expression. Humph! The young lady in the green gauze dress snorted and ignored the green-robed elder's dissatisfaction. She then said again, "Don't you think that he is very similar to the person in the portrait in the palace?" Hearing that, the green-robed elder was slightly startled and looked carefully. "You don't say. There are some similarities, but this youth's age is slightly older than the one in the portrait. No way. Could it really be that person?" The young lady in the green gauze dress covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Interesting. If it is really him, then it will be even more interesting." The elder and the young lady discussed softly and paid close attention to the situation below. When the venerable from Blackwood stronghold heard Lin's words, he immediately snorted in dissatisfaction. Although his real body had not arrived, and it was only the aura of his soul, his voice was filled with the pressure of a venerable one. However, the great dragon sword soul in his body roared ferociously and quickly neutralized the pressure. Lin Xian's expression was solemn, like a sudden clap of thunder. Everyone staggered and couldn't stand steadily. Countless people revealed terrified expressions. It was too terrifying. They could not withstand the aura of a supreme expert at all, and many of them suffered internal injuries. Lin Xian was also affected and his eyes flickered. He dared to do so because he was confident that he could escape from the venerable one. If he was really forced into a corner, he would just have to leave Quicksand City. Moreover, there was no need for him to worry about Nan Gongseng and Marulong. Both of them were disciples of large families and were definitely safer than him. Therefore, Lin Xian directly chose to ignore the warning from the Blackwood stronghold's venerable. "Are you going to do it yourselves, or do you want me to do it?" Hearing Lin Xian's words, everyone was dumbfounded and dumbstruck. Is this guy crazy? He actually dares to do it. One had to know that the cold snort just now was very threatening. Did he really dare to do it under the nose of a venerable one? Blackwood Yu and the 3 martial artists behind him were even more terrified. Just now, when they heard the cold snort from their family's elder, they were wild with joy as if they had been pardoned, because they knew that a venerable one could definitely protect their safety. However, Lin Xian still wanted to do it at this moment. This was too insolent, too arrogant. However, they forgot that they were the ones who were arrogant first, and Lin Xian was only forced to fight back. Seeing the expressions of Blackwood Yu and the others, Lin Xian sneered. Looks like you guys don't want to do it yourselves. Fine, I'll do it myself. After saying that, he once again grasped the sword of slaughter in his hand. A shocking killing intent surged and swept out in all directions. It was as if countless sword lights were raining down, and it was extremely sharp. The surrounding martial artists trembled. They felt a tremor coming from the depths of their souls. Lin Xian held the sword of slaughter in his hand, and his entire body was filled with killing intent. He was like a god of death that came from hell. He raised his arm, and a blood-red sword of slaughter rushed out, quickly slashing towards Blackwood Yu and the others. No! Ancestor, save me! Blackwood Yu screamed in horror. He's scared, he's really scared. Lin Xian was a madman. He actually dared to attack them in front of a venerable one. In the void, the voice sounded again. Then, a huge palm of light fell, shattering the blood-red sword of slaughter. Junior, enough is enough. One must know when to advance and when to retreat. Don't you understand this principle? The huge hand that covered the sky floated, and then quickly condensed into an old figure. This figure was completely formed by spiritual power, and it contained a trace of the Venerable One's soul imprint. On his body there was a faint Venerable One's aura. Young man, it's better to be careful. Otherwise, it would be a pity if you fall. The Venerable One's voice was cold, and there was a strong sense of threat in it. According to the rules of Quicksand City, the older generation generally did not interfere in the affairs of the younger generation. Moreover, in front of so many people, it was even more inappropriate for a Venerable One to do such a thing. Therefore, the Blackwood Stronghold's Venerable One condensed this clone. However, his killing intent towards Lin Xian was not weak at all. Enough is enough? Lin Xian sneered. When you tried to assassinate me time and time again, did you think of this principle? Don't you think it's ridiculous to try to reason with me now? Facing a Venerable One, Lin Xian was not afraid. Everyone fell silent after hearing that. Although what Lin Xian said made sense, it was not a wise choice to openly go against a Venerable One. Junior, you're very arrogant. You should know that dead geniuses are nothing. The Venerable One's clone's face was gloomy, and there was a cold, killing intent in his voice. Arrogant? I don't dare. Compared to your Blackwood stronghold, I'm still far from it. Lin Xian smiled indifferently. Impudent. Hearing Lin Xian's mocking words, the Venerable One's clone flew into a rage. He shouted coldly, and the void quickly exploded, forming a terrifying wave of air that enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He activated the great dragon's sword soul again, forming a biting cold sword chi that slashed in all directions, instantly destroying the wave of air. A dignified Venerable One actually attacked a junior. How impressive, how powerful! Lin Xian sneered. The other party was a Venerable One, and he actually dared to attack him in public. Lin Xian's killing intent was biting cold. Since the other party did not care about his status, he could not care less. He must cut off an arm of He Mue and the others. The Venerable One's clone coldly snorted, then stood with his hands behind his back and said arrogantly, "Who do you think you are? You're not worthy for me to attack. Today's matter ends here. I'm going to take them back now. I said that I'll cut off an arm of theirs today, so I must do it." Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, not backing down an inch. His body emitted a shocking battle intent. Then he held the slaughter sword in his hand and shouted angrily. He quickly slashed out a blood-red sword chi, like a wave of blood rolling out. "Junior, you're courting death." The Venerable One's clone sneered. He pointed out a finger, colliding with the blood-red slaughter sword chi. The two collided, creating a loud explosion, forming a rain of light and a sea of blood. But at this time, Lin Xian's lips curled into a sneer. His large success, sword intent, surged out crazily, quickly covering all directions. This sword intent was very shocking, immediately causing the surrounding martial artists' weapons to tremble rapidly. In the next moment, He Muyue and the 3 martial artists behind him pulled out their weapons, quickly turning and slashing down, slashing at their right arms. Puchi! Ah! Blood splattered, and miserable screams rang out, extremely ear-piercing. Chapter 630. He Muyue and the other 3 screamed miserably. At the same time, their right arms were chopped off. Blood splattered and swords clashed. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. The Supremacy's clone was also stunned. Then he flew into a rage. "Thief, you're courting death!" A palm of light blasted over, and a terrifying energy surged out. He was too angry. A spirit-detecting thief dared to kill his tribesmen in front of him. He didn't put him in his eyes at all. Moreover, before this, he had said that he would protect the safety of the 4 of them. Lin Xian did this not only to punish He Muyue and the others, but also to slap him in the face, especially in front of so many people. The Supremacy felt like his lungs were about to explode. The people below were even more shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so fierce. He didn't care about the Supremacy at all. Moreover, not only did he do it, but he also succeeded. In front of the Supremacy, he chopped off the right arms of He Muyue and the others. This was too shocking. Lin Xian's figure floated and quickly dodged the palm of light. At the same time, he quickly pulled away and prepared to retreat. The Supremacy snorted coldly. His eyes were like rainbows as he stared at Lin Xian, preventing him from attacking again. If Lin Xian went crazy and killed He Muyue and the others, then he would lose even more face. Lin Xian's heart sank when he was stared at by the Supremacy. The power was too terrifying. It was far from what a spirit-detecting martial artist could withstand. Even if the other party was just a clone, it still brought about endless pressure. Moreover, he had the dragon's sword soul in his body to be able to withstand it. It seemed that it was still too difficult to face the Supremacy now. Lin Xian sighed and prepared to leave. At this moment, the Supremacy's clone attacked again. An incomparably powerful force surged over like a surging river. Those energy ribbons contained extremely terrifying energy. They were like a vast sea that flickered with light. It was too powerful. The Supremacy's attack was terrifying. It was enough to kill any spirit-detecting martial artist. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He couldn't resist, but he was confident that he could escape. Just as he was about to retreat, the 5 energy ribbons in the sky suddenly fluctuated violently, as if they had suffered a great attack. This is... Lin Xian frowned, but did not act rashly. The supreme expert's heart sank. Someone actually dared to make a move against him. Could it be that they were not afraid of the Blackwood family's revenge? Thinking of this, he snorted coldly and killing intent erupted from his eyes. At this time, a violent explosion suddenly occurred in the void. The 5 energy ribbons completely exploded, turning into a rain of energy. What? The Venerable from the Blackwood fort was startled. He didn't expect his attack to be broken so quickly. It seemed that the opponent was also a venerable like him. Who? Get out here. You actually dare to meddle in the affairs of Blackwood Castle. Hee, Blackwood Castle, how impressive. A dignified venerable actually dares to attack a junior. How capable. A mocking voice was heard. Then, the rain of light in the sky fluttered and quickly formed a word in the air. Fight. The characters were flamboyant and contained immeasurable energy. Seeing the word fight, the surrounding venerables' divine senses were all startled. The pupils of the Blackwood fort's venerable shrank. Palace of Ares, it's actually someone from the Palace of Ares. He was astonished, and his expression became extremely ugly. The Palace of Ares was a powerful force. There were kings in the palace, and they were an overlord in the sky martial continent. Although their foundation was not in the sand region, they were not to be underestimated. One must know that not long ago, the primordial Yang stone mine appeared in the setting sun desert. Their Blackwood fort had once fought with the palace of Ares for it, but they lost in the end. And now, the people from the palace of Ares appeared again. He didn't know what the other party's intentions were, and he didn't know why they would protect Lin Xian. He quickly sent a message, wanting his main body to rush over. Otherwise, a clone wouldn't be enough. At this time, a 5-colored figure appeared and said in a clear voice, "I didn't expect a friend from the palace of Ares to come. Why don't you come out for a chat?" That 5-colored figure was City Lord Qi. The crowd below was shocked. They had heard of the palace of Ares' reputation. It was the overlord of the entire sky martial continent. They didn't expect the other parties honorable to appear here and even save Lin Xian. Could it be that Lin Xian is someone from the palace of Ares? The crowd guessed. Otherwise, why would the honorable from the palace of Ares help? Moreover, a monstrous genius like Lin Xian could only be nurtured by the palace of Ares. It wasn't just one person who thought so. Almost everyone thought so. Nan Gongseng and the rest also heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian had given them too much shock, and they didn't need to worry at all. City Lord Qi's words were still echoing when 2 figures appeared from the clouds and flew down quickly. It was an old man, and beside him was a beautiful young lady in a green dress. She exuded a unique aura. The old man and the young lady were like immortals floating down. "Hee, City Lord Qi greetings." The old man in green smiled. "Senior, thank you for your help," Lin Xian said. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the crowd was stirred again. It seemed that Lin Xian wasn't someone from the palace of Ares. The honorable from Blackwood Stronghold snorted. "This is my Blackwood Stronghold's matter. As someone from the palace of Ares, aren't you crossing the line a little?" The old man in green nodded kindly at Lin Xian, then looked at the honorable from the Blackwood Stronghold. "If you encounter something shameless, this old man will intervene. Moreover, who said this is your Blackwood Stronghold's matter? This young man is fated with our palace of Ares." Hearing this, the crowd was stunned and puzzled. The honorable from Blackwood Stronghold had a dark expression. He snorted and didn't say anything else, waiting for his true body to descend. The old man in green knew the other party's intention, but he didn't care and didn't stop him. Soon, 2 powerful auras appeared and rushed over from afar. Swoosh! In an instant, 2 figures appeared in the void. An enormous pressure enveloped the surroundings like waves. Honorable, too honorable. The crowd trembled with fear. 2 honorable appeared in the Blackwood Stronghold. It seemed that they were really afraid of the palace of Ares. One of the 2 honorable was a middle-aged man, and the other was an old man. The old man was the one who manifested his clone. The 2 stood in the void and faced the honorable from the palace of Ares with vigilance. Lin Xian frowned. 2 honorable was beyond his tolerance. He wanted to leave. However, the old man in green sent a voice transmission to guarantee his safety. Looking at the 2 honorable from Blackwood Stronghold, the old man in green snorted. "My palace of Ares will protect this young man. If you dare to touch him, just wait for your clan to be exterminated." At the end, his voice was like thunder that exploded in the void, stunning everyone. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The honorable from the palace of Ares was so powerful that he wanted to protect Lin Xian. The 2 honorable from Blackwood Stronghold had gloomy expressions and trembled with anger. A threat. This was a naked threat. Chapter 631. It was a threat, a naked threat. Not only did he threaten the 2 of them, but he also threatened the entire Blackwood fort. They were very angry. As the top forces of Quicksand City, when had they ever been threatened like this? However, they could only endure it, because the other party was from the Palace of War. That was a real giant. If they angered him, there might really be a disaster. However, they were really unwilling to admit defeat, just like that. As if he understood both sides, the green-clothed old man smiled indifferently. How about this? I'll give you a chance to save your face. Use your strongest attacks. If you can make me take a step back, then I won't interfere in this matter anymore. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. This was too arrogant, too domineering. The two venerables of the Blackwood Fort were so angry that their faces turned black. This person had underestimated them too much. The two of them looked at each other and prepared to attack. Let me remind you, you can attack together, the green-clothed old man said casually. Hearing this, even the corners of City Lord Chi's mouth twitched slightly. He sighed and didn't say anything else. The two venerables of the Blackwood Fort were so angry that their bodies trembled. How dare he underestimate them? However, after discussing, the two of them decided to attack together. In any case, this was the other party's request. They could seize the opportunity to fiercely dampen the other party's limelight. They wanted to let everyone know who was the real overlord in Quicksand City. Since fellow Taoist has requested it, then we will definitely fulfill it. The two of them sneered. Their auras surged, and waves of energy belonging to venerables surged out. Lin Xian frowned and flew to a safe place. However, he was also uneasy in his heart. Wasn't it a bit overconfident to face two venerables alone? However, he didn't understand the situation of venerables, so he couldn't make a judgment rashly. However, looking at the green-clothed old man's expression, he didn't seem to care at all. In the next moment, the two venerables of the Blackwood Fort attacked. Vast and mighty energy filled heaven and earth. The middle-aged man slashed out a saber light. It was so dazzling that it tore the entire space apart. That power had completely surpassed the spirit detecting stage. The vast and mighty aura seemed to have triggered the momentum of heaven and earth. It was incomparably terrifying. The other old man waved his fist and threw out a punch. It was like a meteor chasing the moon, releasing tens of thousands of rays of light. Two terrifying attacks blasted towards the green-clothed old man at the same time. In an instant, the entire void began to collapse. Everyone below was terrified, and their faces turned pale from the pressure of this energy. However, the old man in green was very calm. He formed a seal with one hand and quickly blasted it forward. Mountain seal! A mountain condensed and appeared between heaven and earth. It was like a divine mountain that weighed over 10,000 jin. It flickered with light and blasted forward. A large area of the void was torn apart. Countless horrifying cracks spread out, pitch black like a black hole. Rumble! The huge divine mountain moved horizontally and collided with the blade and fist shadows, emitting an apocalyptic sense of crisis. City Lord Chi's expression changed. Together with a few venerables who were hiding in the dark, they quickly formed a light screen to cover the town below. Otherwise, the entire Quicksand City would be destroyed. The four venerable ones joined forces to defend and finally blocked the energy. The violent energy disappeared and the sky became clear again. The azure-robed old man stood there indifferently. Beside him, the young girl in the azure-robed dress looked ahead with disdain. There, the two Blackwood Fort venerables kept retreating. Every step he took back cracked the void. It was terrifying to the extreme. This scene showed who was superior. Lin Xian was shocked. This old man from the Palace of War was too powerful. He could actually fight against two venerables alone. Not only Lin Xian, but the nearby venerables were also shocked. At the venerable realm, the improvement of one's strength was very slow. It often required hundreds of years of accumulation. Moreover, the improvement of each realm was very difficult. There were 9 heavens of venerable realm, and each realm was worlds apart. The two venerables from the Blackwood Fort stopped, and their expressions became very ugly. The two of them were first and second venerable realm experts, respectively. When the two of them joined forces, they were incomparably powerful. However, they were actually forced back by a single hand. This was definitely a humiliation. Their eyes burned with anger as their chests heaved up and down. With a long roar, the two of them activated their martial souls with all their might and attacked crazily. A long saber appeared in front of the middle-aged man, emitting a terrifying pressure. As soon as it appeared, it crushed all directions. Its power was definitely not something that a spiritual treasure could compare to. Long saber martial soul. It was the middle-aged man's martial soul. With the saber in hand, the middle-aged man seemed to have turned into a saber god, incomparably valiant. On the other side, the old man also summoned his martial soul. His martial soul was a goshawk. Its entire body was pitch black and a murderous aura surged on it, emitting fluctuations that made one's heart palpitate. The two of them summoned their martial souls at the same time, as if they were facing a great enemy. "Ha! Today I'll make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly." The green-robed old man laughed loudly. In the next moment, a green light bloomed around his body, enveloping all directions. A vast and unfathomable energy spread out, incomparably profound. In an instant, it enveloped the two martial artists from the Black Wood Fort. Terrifying energy erupted, and every trace of it could tear the void apart. Lin Xian looked at the sky shocked. This was the power of a venerable. It was incomparably violent and had the power of heaven and earth. Ah! Suddenly, two screams were heard. It was very ear-piercing. As soon as the screams came out, City Lord Qi and the other venerables were shocked. Lin Xian was also shocked and looked up. In the void, two figures were covered in blood and fled into the distance in an extremely sorry state. They were very fast and disappeared in an instant. However, wherever they passed, blood spread in the void. It was very terrifying. Hiss! City Lord Qi and the others gasped, and their eyelids twitched wildly. In just a short while, the two venerables from the Black Wood Fort were defeated, and they fled with serious injuries. After all, one of them was at the second level of the venerable realm. When the two of them joined forces, they could even fight against a third-level venerable. However, they couldn't resist at all in front of the green-robed old man. For a moment, the green-robed old man became mysterious in the eyes of everyone. The green light that filled the sky dissipated, revealing the figure of the green-robed old man. Beside him, the young girl from the Green Radish group was still smiling faintly, as if she was laughing at the two who fled. "Ha! I wonder who else wants to have a taste of it." The green-robed old man chuckled. "Silence, absolute silence. Fellow Taoist, you must be joking." City Lord Qi laughed dryly. "This is just an accident. Don't worry, I guarantee that no venerable realm martial artist will attack juniors in Quicksand City." Hearing that, the green-robed old man nodded in satisfaction. On the other hand, Lin Xian scratched his head. It was resolved just like that? Wasn't happiness coming too suddenly? However, he was still very puzzled as to why the green-robed old man would help him. He had many secrets, so he had to be careful. Unless it was a last resort, he was really unwilling to get involved with an expert like a venerable. However, the other party didn't seem to think so, because the green-robed old man had his eyes on Lin Xian. Chapter 632. Although the green-clothed old man looked kind, Lin Xian still felt a chill down his spine. This old man was definitely a terrifying figure to be able to injure two supremacies with one strike. Nothing good would come out of it if such a person targeted him. "Well, thank you for your help. I'll take my leave now." Lin Xian felt a chill down his spine. He didn't want to stay any longer. "Hee, little guy, don't be impatient. I have something to ask you," the green-clothed old man said with a smile. In the end, Lin Xian couldn't escape. In the quiet courtyard, Lin Xian looked at the green-clothed old man in front of him with vigilance. Beside him, the girl in the green dress stared at Lin Xian curiously. Her big eyes were blinking. The crimson dragon was originally hiding in Lin Xian's sleeve. Now that it was enveloped by the aura of a supremacy, it felt uncomfortable and ran out. The little white monkey also jumped out and played with the spirit fruit. This snake! The green-clothed old man was surprised. The girl, turned to look at the little white monkey with a face full of joy. Phew! Feeling the pressure on him disappear, Lin Xian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. After a while, Lin Xian asked, "May I know why Senior is looking for me?" "Yes, it's like this." The green-clothed old man gave up his research on the crimson dragon and said with a smile, "Little guy, what's your name?" "I'm Lin Xian. Your surname is Lin." The green-clothed old man and the girl looked at each other. They were even more certain of their guess. "Where are you from?" "Tiannan region." "What's your father's name?" "Lin Zhan." Lin Xian was puzzled, but he still said it out loud. As expected, the green-clothed old man sighed in his heart. He felt that it was very likely. However, he wasn't 100% sure. After all, there were cases of impersonators in the past, but they all ended up badly. "Senior, I'm here to look for my father. May I know where he is?" The green-clothed old man stroked his beard. Just as he was about to say something, a powerful and cold aura suddenly enveloped the surroundings. The entire sky instantly darkened. Black clouds rolled in the sky as if they were demonic clouds. A powerful aura that made people tremble could be felt. The azure-robed elder's expression changed, and his expression became extremely solemn. "Brat, if you want to know the answer, go to the palace of Ares." After saying that, he took the girl beside him and turned into a beam of light, shooting straight into the sky. The demonic cloud was very powerful, and its speed was very fast. In an instant, it had left the sky above their heads. The green-robed elder followed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Palace of Ares? Within the courtyard, Lin Xian's eyes were shining. His main goal in coming to the Martial Heaven continent was to find his father. Now he finally got the news. However, he didn't know what relationship his father had with the Palace of Ares. Could it be that father is also a member of the Palace of Gods of War? Lin Xian guessed, feeling extremely puzzled. Furthermore, from the attitude of the green-clothed old man, it was obvious that he was closely related to his father. He decided that as soon as he obtained the divine dream bone in Quicksand City, he would immediately set out for the War God Palace. In the following time, Lin Xian entered a state of cultivation. After his battle with Luo Lai, he had a new understanding of the embryonic form of his martial soul. Even his greater success sword intent, which hadn't changed for a long time, showed signs of loosening. It wouldn't be long before he broke through and reached the great perfection realm. During this period, Lin Xian's mind was constantly recalling the scene of his battle with Luo Lai, especially the form of the embryonic form of his martial soul. Lin Xian extracted that wonderful feeling bit by bit and constantly simulated it. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. In these 3 days, the Divine Dragon Pavilion's battle arena was being rebuilt. Although the building was destroyed, Nangongseng and the others weren't depressed at all. Everyone had a smile on their faces, and their eyes were filled with excitement. Because of Lin Xian, their Divine Dragon Pavilion's battle arena had become famous again. Moreover, from now on, there would probably be no one who would come to cause trouble. After all, even a top genius like Luo Lai had been defeated. It was useless for others to come. Just as Nangongseng's side was cheering, the Blackwood fort was silent. Their disciple had an arm chopped off outside. The 2 supremacies who stepped forward were even injured and fled back in panic. Those disciples in the clan were scared out of their wits, feeling as if the end of the world had arrived. The higher-ups of the Blackwood fort were even more furious. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? However, the other party was from the Palace of Gods of War and was extremely powerful. Unless they used their clan's foundation, they might be able to win. However, that would undoubtedly anger the palace of gods of war. At that time, it wasn't something their Blackwood fort could withstand. Therefore, they could only endure. Of course, the person they hated the most was still Lin Xian. Towards this little thief, the elders of the Blackwood fort wished they could tear him apart immediately. However, the green-clothed elders' warning was very obvious, so they could only endure for the time being. They were waiting. As long as the prodigy of their clan, Heimuya, returned, he would definitely be able to kill the other party. This was because Heimuya was powerful and was one of the top prodigies of the Sand region. He even had 1 foot in the Supremacy realm. Such a person wouldn't be afraid of anyone other than Supremacies. Soon, I will be back when the Alliance battle begins. The higher-ups of the Blackwood fort were all holding their breaths. On the other side, Lin Xian secretly left Quicksand City. This was because he couldn't break through his sword intent in the city because the influence would be too great. Therefore, he had to find a place where no one was around and give it his all. In the Sunset Desert, Lin Xian arrived with the Crimson Dragon and the snow-white little monkey. They chose a remote and uninhabited area and began to set up a formation. The matter of setting up the formation was done by the Crimson Dragon. Soon, a formation was formed. Lin Xian sank into the yellow sand and began to break through with all his strength. This time, he must reach the great perfection of his sword intent. The great perfection represented the limit of sword intent. It was the comprehension of sword intent. This feeling was very mysterious and indescribable. It could only be comprehended. Lin Xian emptied his body and carefully comprehended. He fell into a very wonderful state. This was a kind of comprehension and sublimation of sword intent. It was a very rare experience. One had to know that sword intent was a very difficult concept to comprehend. Those who could comprehend it to the great perfection were even fewer. However, once one succeeded, the power would definitely be beyond imagination. This was also the reason why warriors were afraid of swordsmen. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During this period, Lin Xian had not moved. However, the sword intent in his body had strengthened. In addition to its sharpness, there was something else. This caused his sword intent to become complete. Lin Xian had finally taken the step. He had found the right path. As long as he continued, he would definitely succeed. Another 5 days passed. On this day, a shocking aura suddenly surged out from under the yellow sand. It was as if a peerless divine sword was awakening. Puff! Puff! Countless sword chi surged out, forming a huge column of sword chi that pierced into the sky. From afar, it was even spectacular. Bang! In the desert, the ground sank and a blank area appeared. A figure quickly flew out. Chapter 633. This figure was none other than Lin Xian. After these days of enlightenment, he had finally cultivated his sword intent to the great perfection realm. Great perfection, sword intent, was the highest realm of sword intent. If he wanted to take another step forward, he would have to develop his martial soul. In other words, Lin Xian's next step was to condense the embryonic form of his martial soul. Of course, he wanted to condense the embryonic form of his sword soul. Moreover, he had the great dragon sword soul, so he only needed to fuse his great perfection sword soul with it. It could be said that Lin Xian had an innate advantage over others when it came to condensing the embryonic form of his martial soul. As long as he condensed the embryonic form of his martial soul, even if his cultivation hadn't reached the limit of the spirit-detecting realm, his combat strength would be half a step into the venerable realm. Once he successfully condensed a true martial soul, he would have the strength to fight against a venerable realm expert. At that time, he wouldn't be as passive as he was now. His body swayed, and countless sword rays appeared under his feet, carrying him down. A huge vacuum appeared where he had been cultivating. At this moment, the black hole was spinning rapidly, stirring up the surrounding yellow sand. Not only that, but the yellow sand around him was also flowing, making rustling sounds. The entire yellow sand ground shook as if something was about to appear. What's this? Lin Xian was puzzled. He didn't expect that a random place would cause such a phenomenon. It's coming from underground. The Crimson Dragon's expression was also serious as it pointed its dragon claws downward. Wooji Wooji the snow-white monkey blinked its big eyes and was also on guard. It jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder and grabbed his hair tightly. Lin Xian was curious and decided to investigate. He waved his finger, and a bright sword ray slashed out, splitting the yellow sand underground. He had already comprehended the great perfection sword intent, and his attack power was several times stronger than before. Therefore, he easily tore a terrifying crack in the yellow sand below. Lin Xian's body swayed, and the Crimson Dragon followed closely behind. Whoosh! The man and the two beasts quickly arrived below. Then Lin Xian was stunned. This was because the place he was in was not filled with yellow sand, but a vast expanse of solid ground. On the ground, there were countless stone tablets standing on the ground, forming a strange formation. Beside the stone tablet, there were white bones filled with the aura of death. Lin Xian was shocked when he saw the stone tablets all over the ground. He suddenly recalled that there were similar stone tablets near the Xian sword in the Xia kingdom. Moreover, that place was known as the demonic abyss, and it could suck in everything nearby. He had been there before, but with Lord Alcohol's guidance, he had come out safely. However, the terror within left him with lingering fear. However, he didn't expect to see such a scene again after a few years. Furthermore, the level of danger this time was even higher. Even with his strength, he still felt his heart tremble. What is this? Lin Xian was puzzled. 100 Graves Taboo Formation. A very ancient formation, said the Crimson Dragon. Lin Xian frowned. Just by hearing the name, he knew that it wasn't a good array formation. What does it do? Defy the heavens and change one's fate from death to life. The Crimson Dragon's voice was heavy. The person who created this formation was a lunatic to begin with. He actually wanted to break through the cycle of life and death. The person who created this formation was a lunatic among lunatics. This was because this method was impossible to achieve. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. This was actually a heaven-defying formation. One had to know that a warrior's cultivation was to seize fate from the heavens in order to obtain a longer lifespan. However, to Lin Xian's knowledge, no one could live forever. At most, they could live a little longer depending on their cultivation. For example, a supremacy had a lifespan of about 800 to 1,000 years. As for a king, they had an even longer lifespan, usually more than 2,000 years. However, no matter how long they lived, they would eventually return to dust. No one could escape the cycle of life and death. However, the formation in front of him actually wanted to break the rules of life and death. It was truly a heaven-defying act. Lin Xian stood at the periphery and felt his soul tremble. A cold wind blew past, and he felt a chill run down his back. Let's go. Lin Xian called the little white monkey and the Crimson Dragon, and quickly left the place. Just as Lin Xian was returning to Quicksand City, the upper echelons of the Blackwood stronghold received the news that he had left. That damned thief! How dare he leave Quicksand City? He's courting death. This is a good opportunity to get rid of him. According to our intelligence, the supremacy of the Palace of Ares has already left. Although the mayor and the others will intercept him if he attacks within the city, no one can protect that thief outside the city. The patriarch of the Blackwood family was a dignified, middle-aged man. After hearing this news, he pondered for a moment and then ordered, "We can't use our supremacies. Otherwise, if the Palace of Ares hears about it, it will bring disaster to the family. However, we can't leave this kid alive. Send a few elders who have condensed martial souls." Then the Blackwood family sent out 4 elders. One of them had condensed a martial soul, while the other three had also condensed a trace of a martial soul. Their strength was not weaker than Luolai's. The strength of these four old monsters was absolutely terrifying. When they worked together, they could even contend against a supremacy. They were absolutely confident that they could eliminate Lin Xian. The four of them quickly left the quicksand layer and lay in ambush on the only way back to the city. One day later, Lin Xian's figure appeared. He quickly rushed to Quicksand City. However, halfway there he suddenly became alert. An extremely strong sense of danger rose from the bottom of his heart. This was an instinctive reaction that could predict extreme danger. Therefore, Lin Xian immediately returned the way he came. This time his speed was even faster. He directly turned into a sword light and tore through the void, quickly disappearing on the spot. Boom! At the same time, in front of where Lin Xian was standing, four powerful auras exploded and crushed the void. Four figures appeared in the void like azure ghosts. These four people were dressed in black robes, and even their heads were covered by a wide hood. At this moment, they were emitting an extremely powerful aura. "Chase! We can't let him escape." One of the old voices sounded. Immediately, the four of them quickly disappeared and chased after Lin Xian. Feeling the four powerful auras behind him, Lin Xian's face was abnormally ugly. He had just defeated Luolai and was warned by a supremacy. Who would dare to attack him? Needless to say, it must be the Blackwood family, because other than the Blackwood family, no one else was at risk of catching a cold. Thinking about it, the other party should know that the supremacy of the palace of Ares had left. Moreover, they did not send any supremacies, so it was not against the rules. This Blackwood family, what a good idea! Behind him, the four auras were too powerful. Three of them were not weaker than Luolai. The last one was even more terrifying. The powerful pressure made him feel like he was facing a supremacy. Chapter 634. Martial Soul Embryonic Form. Lin Xian was shocked. That person had definitely condensed a martial soul embryonic form. This kind of person was extremely powerful. It could be said that he had 1 foot in the venerable realm. Lin Xian felt a chill in his heart. He didn't expect that the Blackwood family would send such a powerful hunting team. If it was only one person, he could still fight. However, now that the four of them had joined forces, they were extremely powerful. He could only temporarily avoid them. Behind him, the four of them chased closely. Waves of enormous pressure enveloped the front. It was like an invisible hand grabbing at Lin Xian. The four elders' auras were extremely terrifying when gathered together. They could already affect the sky. In an instant, Lin Xian felt an invisible resistance around him. It was as if he had fallen into a quagmire. Slash! With a low shout, countless sword chi rushed out of his body. They spread out in all directions and slashed the invisible energy. At the same time, he urged his spiritual power to use the illusory demonic steps to escape quickly. Kids, stop struggling. You can't escape. Behind him, an old voice was heard. It was filled with cold killing intent. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He didn't respond and flew with all his strength. Shao, Xuanzi, take them to the 100 Graves Taboo Formation. The Crimson Dragon transmitted. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. That place was extremely strange. Even standing on the periphery, he felt a tremor from his soul. He thought that the power could even kill a venerable realm expert. He lured the four people behind him there. He could use that power to get rid of the four of them. Thinking of this, Lin Xian increased his speed and flew toward the taboo formation. Behind him, the four elders of the Blackwood Castle chased closely. No matter where Lin Xian escaped to, they would kill him. Half a day later, Lin Xian came to the place where he comprehended the sword intent again. He slashed down with his sword and once again tore a terrifying crack in the yellow sand below. His body swayed and turned into a sword light, drilling into it. Want to run? It's useless. No matter where you run, you can't escape death. The 4 people behind him was very confident. They also tore the yellow sand below and chased quickly. With a flash of light, 4 figures appeared. However, they soon started to frown. The reason for that was because a sinister aura was emitting from the enormous white bones before them. What is this place? The 4 elders of the Blackwood Castle were shocked. They never thought that there would be such a terrifying place under the sunset desert, and that aura was even more powerful than that of a venerable one. Boss, what should we do? One of them asked. Find that brat first. The old voice sounded. This place is very dangerous. That kid definitely can't stay here for a long time. You want to use the dangerous forbidden area to plot against us? How laughable! The 4 of them searched and soon found Lin Xian. Brat, don't think that you can save your life by running here. Although this place is strange, it can't save you. The 4 elders of the Blackwood Castle grinned hideously. They blocked the way and looked at Lin Xian with murderous intent. It was even to the extent that they didn't have to make a move. They only had to chase Lin Xian into the depths of the stone steel, and they would be able to annihilate his body and soul. Among them, one of the elders waved his hand, and an enormous palm of light gushed out and swept over. It was as fast as lightning and was extremely swift and fierce. This palm was extremely ingenious. If Lin Xian dodged, he would definitely enter the depths. However, if he chose to take it head-on, this palm carried the power of a martial soul's embryonic form, and it would definitely cause him to be heavily injured. Moreover, even if he could withstand 1 palm, he would absolutely be able to withstand 10 or even 100 palms. As long as they spent some time, they would be able to kill Lin Xian here. They wanted to get rid of Lin Xian too much, not only because Lin Xian had killed their disciples, but also because Lin Xian's talent was too heaven-defying. If such a figure were to mature, it wouldn't take long for him to step into the venerable realm. Moreover, he would be an extremely powerful one. At that time, it would be a disaster for their Blackwood family. Therefore, they wouldn't allow Lin Xian to mature. Looking at the palm of light that was flying over, Lin Xian's face darkened slightly because he could also see through the other party's thoughts. However, it was impossible for him to go deep inside. He wasn't confident. Moreover, this place was too strange, so he chose to take it head-on. His entire body bloomed with light, condensing into a red lotus that was incomparably beautiful. In an instant, the red lotus armor covered his entire body. Although it was only an illusory image condensed from spiritual power, its defense was definitely incomparably strong. Boom! Powerful energy accompanied the palm of light, and all of it bombarded Lin Xian's body. This palm was extremely fierce. Even though Lin Xian had the red lotus armor, he still felt the qi and blood in his body churning, and all the bones in his body seemed to have cracked. Damn it! Lin Xian gritted his teeth and growled. His eyes were filled with killing intent. It was his and the Crimson Dragon's idea to come to this forbidden place. He would enter the formation as bait, while the Crimson Dragon would hide in the dark and secretly set up a formation to capture all of them in one fell swoop. As long as the formation was completed, all 4 of them would be teleported to the depths of the forbidden place. With how terrifying this place was, it could definitely kill all 4 of them. Therefore, he had to wait now. He had to wait until the Crimson Dragon's formation was completed. Moreover, he couldn't reveal any flaws during this period to avoid arousing the 4's suspicion and vigilance. Therefore, Lin Xian's task was very difficult. He had to stabilize the 4 of them while also withstanding their attacks. It could be said that he was in danger. However, once he succeeded, he would be able to completely kill all 4 of them. If he succeeded, it would definitely cause a huge blow to the Blackwood family. You 4 old things actually dare to chase after me. Aren't you afraid of the palace of Ares' revenge? Palace of Ares? The 4 elders of the Blackwood fort sneered. Don't take us for fools. The people of the Palace of Ares have already left. Moreover, we didn't send out any venerables. It's not considered a violation of the agreement. Moreover, so what if we send them out? No one will know if we kill you here. Brat, blame yourself for being an idiot. How dare you leave the city under such circumstances? The four of them sneered. They didn't take Lin Xian seriously at all. They indeed had such confidence. The four of them had condensed the embryonic form of their martial souls. If they joined forces, no one below the venerable realm could escape. Moreover, the other party had already entered the killing formation. There was no chance of survival. How dare you go against the Blackwood Fort? I'll let you die in despair and pain. Kill him slowly. I want to watch his blood flow out bit by bit. The four elders sneered and attacked one after another. A fist, like a heavenly hammer, shone with a metallic light and smashed down toward Lin Xian. On the other side, dozens of flames surged out and turned into fire snakes. They roared ferociously and rampaged in the void. Lin Xian's heart was heavy. Killing intent burst out from his eyes. He executed his footwork and dodged rapidly in the limited space. He also quickly pulled out the wind shadow sword to counterattack. Even though he had the red lotus armor, he didn't dare to take it head-on. After all, the four of them were too powerful. None of them was weaker than him. Chapter 635. Two streaks of sword qi formed a cross in the air and rushed forward to block the attack of the skyhammer. At the same time, he formed a sword qi vortex beside him and quickly turned toward the fire snake. Boom! Bang! For attacks collided in the air and exploded into a dazzling light. However, the other two attacked mercilessly. Another two extremely fierce attacks rushed toward Lin Xian. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, it was difficult for him to block them. This time he was hit. His body trembled, and the red lotus armor flickered. In an instant, Lin Xian's face became extremely pale, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. In an instant, Lin Xian suffered an unimaginable injury. This was definitely the most serious injury he had suffered in the past 3 years. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and asked while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, "That damned Rizalong, is it done yet?" "Soon, soon. Hold on for a little longer." The Crimson Dragon replied, "You know that I lost my dragon essence and can't use my original strength. But don't worry, just hold on for a little longer. This formation will be done soon." "Okay," Lin Xian said while gritting his teeth. He quickly swallowed a few healing pills and madly circulated the immortality chant to heal the injuries in his body. Kid, how does it feel?" One of the black-robed men sneered. He flipped his palm and condensed a small pagoda, which quickly pressed downward. Lin Xian resisted. His body trembled again, and the blood at the corner of his mouth became thicker. Ha 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 ha, kid, you're showing off. How does it feel to be on the verge of death?" The elder of the Blackwood family sneered. They were like demons, torturing Lin Xian bit by bit. "You four bastards, as long as I'm alive, I'll definitely blast you to smithereens." Lin Xian's voice was as cold as the god of death. How dare you be so stubborn? Do you think you still have a chance to escape?" Another elder snorted and pointed a finger. A powerful light flickered and hit the red lotus armor, causing it to tremble violently. The violent power made Lin Xian spit out blood again. For a moment, Lin Xian's injuries worsened. This time, without any hesitation, he took out a 2,000-year-old spiritual herb and quickly swallowed it. The moment the elixir appeared, the four elders of the Blackwood family were shocked. Each of them stared at the elixir with fervent eyes. "It's actually a 2,000-year-old spiritual herb." The four of them were shocked. Even their family only had a few stalks of this kind of thing. But this hateful little thief in front of them actually didn't care about it at all, as if he was gnawing on a carrot. What a waste, what a waste! The four elders had an urge to tear Lin Xian apart. Looking at their expressions, Lin Xian chuckled. "For old dogs, do you want to eat?" Lin Xian waved the elixir in his hand. "Kneel down and beg me like a dog, and I might give it to you." "You're courting death." The four elders were furious. A little thief who was about to die actually dared to tease them like this? This was unbearable for the four of them. "When you die, the zero spirit herb will naturally be ours. Kid, I'll pull out your tendons and pull out your bones and let you bleed to the last drop of blood." This kid still has a lot of good things in his storage belt. Be careful when you attack later. Don't break the storage belt, or else we won't be able to get those things. Another elder said ferociously. They talked among themselves, completely ignoring Lin Xian. Obviously, in their eyes, Lin Xian was already a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. These four old dogs can be arrogant now, but when the array is completed, you'll be crying. No, this kid's eyes are too fierce. First, dig out his eyeballs. A black elder sneered. Also, break his limbs, so he won't escape when the time comes. The four elders exuded a powerful aura. They were ready to cripple Lin Xian and then slowly torture him. In an instant, the four of them launched a terrifying attack. Lin Shui roared and pushed the great dragon sword soul and perfect sword intent with all his strength. He unleashed a power comparable to the embryonic form of a martial soul, sweeping in all directions. At the same time, he quickly sent a voice transmission. "Damn it, are you done? If you don't come, I'm going to die." "Done, done." The Crimson Dragon's voice was excited. "Kid, get ready to retreat. I'm going to activate the array." In the next moment, he roared, and a blood-red long sword appeared in front of him. Sword of Slaughter. The blood-red sword qi surged like a river of blood, dancing in the air. Lin Xian used all his strength in this attack. The crescent-shaped sword qi was aimed at the weakest of the four elders and rushed quickly. At the same time, he pushed his body to the limit. "Kid, you're courting death." The elder was furious. The other party dared to rush at him, which was a complete provocation. The other three elders sneered and attacked together. They didn't intend to fight Lin Xian alone, for terrifying attacks were launched. The four of them had sinister smiles on their faces, as if they could already see Lin Xian being blown up. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian disappeared in front of them. The four terrifying attacks suddenly lost their target and surged in the air. Not only that, but what made them even more terrified was that an invisible force filled their bodies, forming a space-distorting force. Whoosh! Before they could react, the force had already exploded. Oh no! The elder in the lead was the strongest. He was the first to react and wanted to struggle. However, when he moved, he found that the four of them had already reached the center of the stone tablet. At this moment, they were in the center of the black stone tablet, surrounded by terrifying dead spirits' resentment. The force was too terrifying. It was not something they could withstand at all. Even a venerable one would not be able to resist it. In an instant, the four of them felt their scalps go numb. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they wanted to escape. However, as soon as they moved, a blood-red sword qi quickly slashed at them and blocked their way. The four of them resisted and collided with the blood-red sword qi, instantly shattering it. However, they were still blocked. Moreover, the energy stimulated the surrounding dead spirits. Streaks of gray aura surrounded them, forming ferocious ghost heads that quickly bit at them. Ah! Miserable screams sounded. In an instant, the four of them were attacked by the dead spirits and were injured. "Damn thief, I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. When I come out, I'll definitely crush your bones and scatter your ashes. I'll extract your soul and refine it." The four elders of the Blackwood stronghold roared at the sky with ferocious expressions. "How is it? Does it feel good?" Lin Xian said with a smile, "Don't you like to torture people like this? Today, I'll let you have your fill. Oh, you still want to come out? In your dreams. You don't have the chance anymore. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon stood outside the formation with a sneer on their faces. Just now, the 4 elders of the Blackwood stronghold used this method to torture him. Now he naturally wanted to pay them back. Lin Xian looked ahead, his eyes full of killing intent. Just now, the 4 elders ruthlessly attacked and forced him into a dead end, almost taking his life. If it were not for the red lotus battle suit, he would have been killed by now. Now that the situation had reversed, how could he let them go? Chapter 636. The Crimson Dragon looked ahead with a smile on his face. He was very satisfied with the formation he arranged. Xiao Xuanzi, what do you think? Benhuang's formation is not bad, right? Not bad, very good. I'll give you more primordial yang stones when we return. Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon became very excited. Since he schemed against Lin Xian last time, all his primordial yang stones were confiscated. That's why he worked so hard to help Lin Xian this time. It was to get more primordial yang stones so that he could recover his dragon primary 7 breaths. All right, I'll leave the rest to you. Ben Huang is going to get the stones. The Crimson Dragon ran in front of the snow-white little monkey and began to ask for the primordial yang stones. Lin Xian held the slaughter sword in his hand and stared at the 4 Blackwood stronghold elders in front of him. Now, it was time for him to take revenge. At this moment, the death chi around the steel floated and turned into ghost heads, pouncing on them, making them flustered. Moreover, they didn't dare to be too presumptuous. They could only control their attacks to a very small area. After all, this place was too terrifying. If they encountered something, they might attract even more killing intent. At that time, they would be completely finished. Lin Xian didn't have any misgivings. He stared at the 4 people and quickly slashed out with the slaughter sword. At this moment, Lin Xian was seriously injured. He used a 2,000 years old spiritual medicine to forcibly suppress it. However, he didn't suppress the hatred in his heart. Instead, it became more and more intense. That's why his sword was filled with berserk power. This sword strike was still aimed at the weakest elder of Blackwood Castle. The weakest black-robed elder's right arm was bitten by a ghost head, and he was in a state of resistance. However, in the next moment, a berserk, blood-colored sword chi, filled with killing intent, quickly slashed over. It just happened to cut off the elder's right shoulder and cut off his entire arm. Ah, that black-robed elder roared in pain with a malevolent face. Brat, I'll definitely kill you. Not only you, I'll also kill everyone you know. You and your family will all die in fear. The black-robed elder's demonic voice reverberated in the void. Damn you! Lin Xian's expression was cold, like a god of death. He slashed out with his long sword, and the blood-colored sword chi that filled the sky turned into countless strands of blood, forming a large net that enveloped the arm that he had chopped off. Then the severed arm was quickly wrapped up. With a flash of light, the blood-red sword net ground the severed arm into powder. Lin Xian's every attack contained the power of the great dragon sword spirit. It could be said that he was not inferior to these elders, so he could easily injure them. Seeing that his arm had been destroyed, the elder with the severed arm raised his head and roared. His heart sank completely. With his cultivation, he was still unable to regrow his severed arm, so from now on he could only be a one-armed old man. Moreover, the loss of his right arm had greatly weakened his strength. However, he was obviously thinking too much because Lin Xian had no intention of letting him leave. Lin Xian swung his sword again. The terrifying sword chi was like the sharpest divine sword, quickly piercing forward. At the same time, the surrounding ghost heads formed by the death aura were nourished by the blood mist and became stronger again. They roared ferociously and pounced on the elder with the severed arm. The 3 elders around him roared and wanted to help. However, they were similarly tied down by the surrounding ghost heads and could not escape. The elder with the severed arm resisted frantically, but after 3 slashes his left arm was chopped off again. No, I can't accept this. Without both arms, the elder had completely lost his combat strength. A blood-colored sword chi, like a cold blood moon, spun rapidly and swept across. In an instant, the elder was cut in half at the waist. Slash! The elder's face was filled with unwillingness as his body was split in half. In the end, regret appeared in his eyes, but it was too late. Blood flowed, and the surrounding ghost heads quickly pounced on him. In an instant, the blood and the corpse were cleanly devoured, leaving no residue behind. Seeing this scene, the bodies of the 3 surviving elders trembled, and their hearts were filled with shock. Their comrade had disappeared right in front of their eyes. Not even a corpse was left behind. Lin Xian's expression was cold. The other party had asked for it. If he did not kill, they would have been killed. Therefore, he would not show any mercy. After dealing with the black-robed elder, Lin Xian's face became even paler. He was severely injured and could not hold on for long. Therefore, he had to end the battle quickly and kill the other 3. Thinking of this, he stretched out his left hand and a pitch-black sword appeared. The Nirvana sword. The black long sword was filled with the aura of death and nirvana. It was 70 to 80% similar to the surrounding death aura. Therefore, when Lin Xian's Nirvana sword appeared, it immediately caused the surrounding death aura to resonate. As if attracted, the surrounding gray death aura quickly gathered towards the Nirvana sword. At this moment, Lin Xian could clearly feel that the Nirvana sword in his left hand was rapidly absorbing and growing stronger. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian quickly slashed with his sword. This time, he aimed at another black-robed elder. "Brat, how dare you?" When the 3 of them saw Lin Xian attack again, they immediately shouted angrily. They had already lost one of their men. They definitely could not let the other party kill them. However, Lin Xian's Nirvana sword was too strange. Especially under such circumstances, it was even more powerful. When the sword slashed out, pitch-black sword aura surged and slashed down like rolling demonic clouds. At the same time, countless death aura floated around the sword aura and also rushed towards the black-robed elder. Boom! The sword aura landed, and the elder was sent flying while vomiting blood. However, before he could react, another blood-red slaughter sword chi shot towards him at an extremely fast speed. Lin Xian attacked like a madman. The red and black sword aura alternated and formed a violent attack. The surrounding ferocious ghost heads became even more violent and cold under the influence of the Nirvana sword. Faced with such a violent attack, the black-robed elder could not resist at all. Not long after, his head was sent flying. "No!" the leading elder screamed. His heart was bleeding. These were the elites of the Blackwood family. They were all existences that could become honorable ones in the future. However, at this moment, all of them had fallen in this place. His heart was filled with regret and hatred. At the same time, his hatred was overflowing. He wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Xian into pieces. However, even if he was filled with regret, there was nothing he could do. Not long after, another person also fell into a pool of blood. He was the only one left. "Brat, I want you dead. The Blackwood family will not let you go." The leading elder roared unwillingly. "If you didn't come to kill me, would you have fallen? So don't regret it. You asked for it." Lin Xian's 2 swords clashed, forming a cross of red and black sword aura that surged in the air. The 2 swords combined to form an even more powerful force that quickly rushed towards the last elder. "You want to kill me? Not so easy." The leading elder roared angrily. He unleashed his martial soul prototype and quickly counterattacked. Chapter 637. His martial soul's embryonic form was a blazing spear. At this moment he held it in his hand, looking extraordinarily mighty. The spear trembled, and a sea of fire spread out, colliding head-on with Lin Xian's red and black sword chi. Clang! Under the attack, The void trembled, and terrifying waves that could be seen with the naked eye swept out in all directions. In the next moment, the surrounding stone tablets seemed to be affected, and they emitted balls of black chi. It was extremely terrifying. "Oh no, Xiao Xuanzi, run!" At the side, the Crimson Dragon's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. "Humph!" Lin Xian snorted coldly. He held the Nirvana sword and quickly swung it in front of him. Then he slashed down with his sword and quickly turned around to leave. Above, countless death chi gathered, forming a huge black longsword that crashed down. At the last moment, Lin Xian used his earth-rank martial art, Gale Lightning Sword, and slashed at the elder, wanting to kill him there and then. The elder's scalp went numb. He tried his best to escape from this place. However, just as he moved, the ground below suddenly cracked open, and a huge, rotten palm reached out and grabbed him. At the same time, a death chi that was even more powerful and terrifying than a venerable instantly filled the surroundings. "Run!" Lin Xian's face was pale. He used his extreme movement technique and quickly escaped from this place. He knew that there was no chance for that elder to survive. Moreover, what made him even more shocked was that there were unknown creatures here. The rotten hand grabbed the elder and then squeezed lightly, instantly crushing him into a bloody mist. Then it grabbed at Lin Xian. At this moment, the Gale Lightning Sword above his head fell and collided with the huge palm, erupting with terrifying energy waves. For a moment, the rotten hand was blocked, and Lin Xian took the opportunity to quickly escape. Whoosh! Under the endless yellow sand, a sword ray rushed out. Then the entire ground surged and demonic chi surged. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian floated in the sky and looked down with a face of lingering fear. If he had been a little slower, he would have stayed there forever. He did not expect the 100 Graves taboo formation to give birth to a living creature. How terrifying! The Crimson Dragon's expression was also solemn. "Let's go. You can't fight back with your current strength." Lin Xian nodded and turned to leave. 3 days later, he recovered from his injuries and flew towards Quicksand City. At the same time, the Blackwood clan fell into a state of anxiety. The 4 elders they sent out actually did not have a trace of news. This was definitely not a good thing for them. However, it was impossible for the 4 of them to die. One had to know that the 4 of them had all condensed their martial spirits. If they worked together, the thief would have no chance of surviving. However, 3 days had passed, and there was still no news. In fact, they didn't even know if those 4 people were dead or alive. Wait a little longer. They definitely won't have any problems, the patriarch said in a deep voice. However, 2 days later, they received news that the machine was not working. This was because someone had seen Lin Xian appear in the city. What? How is this possible? The higher-ups of the Blackwood Castle didn't believe it. However, the truth was right in front of them, and they had no choice but to accept it. At the same time, a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. A bad premonition was brewing in their hearts. Lin Xian had returned, but there was no news of the 4 people they sent out. Could it be they didn't dare to imagine? Impossible. It's impossible for that little bastard to escape, let alone kill our elders. What if there's a venerable behind him? Someone analyzed. Immediately, the elders of the Blackwood Castle gasped, and a trace of horror appeared in their eyes. Could it be someone from the Palace of Gods of War? They were bewildered. The patriarch's face was gloomy, and he was trembling with anger. Those 4 people were the elites of their patriarch, and they could become venerable existences in the future. But now they had all died. This was definitely a huge loss to their clan. Moreover, the current situation showed that Lin Xian definitely had experts protecting him. Therefore, they couldn't make a move anymore. All right, this matter ends here. When Ya returns, it will naturally be resolved, the patriarch ordered. Everyone was indignant, but no one refuted. They could only place their hopes on Blackwood Cliff. However, they were full of confidence, because Blackwood Cliff was not only their clan's pride, but also one of the few geniuses in the Sand region. He was definitely an existence that the younger generation looked up to. Therefore, as long as Blackwood Cliff made a move, Lin Xian would definitely die. In a quiet courtyard, Lin Xian, Nan Gongseng, and Ma Rulong gathered. The three of them sat on the lawn, surrounded by spirit wine and barbecued meat. "Come, Brother Xian, let's toast you. I hope you survive," Nan Gongseng said. "Brother Lin, congratulations on increasing your strength again." Ma Rulong also raised his wine cup. "Come, drink to your heart's content." Lin Xian laughed loudly and clinked cups with the two of them. At the side, the Crimson Dragon and the snow-white little monkey also held their wine cups and drank non-stop. Damn, this Blackwood Cliff is too much. They actually sent for old farts. Nan Gongseng drank the spirit wine in one gulp and then cursed angrily. Ma Rulong smiled faintly. After this, the Blackwood Castle definitely wouldn't dare to touch Brother Lin again. "No, I still feel aggrieved." Lin Xian rubbed his nose. "Indeed, although we killed 4 old dogs, they deserved it. I think we should beat them. Brother Xian, what good idea do you have?" Nan Gongseng was excited. "Does the Blackwood family have any spirit medicine or spirit stone business?" Lin Xian asked. "Spirit medicine is too rare here, and I don't think you'll be interested in it. However, there are many precious ores," Nan Gongseng said. "Brother Xian, do you have any good ideas?" "Precious ores?" Lin Xian muttered. "That's not bad. Why don't we borrow them?" Spirit medicine resources here were scarce. Even if there were, Lin Xian wouldn't be interested. One must know that he had a bag of thousands of years old spirit medicine in his storage ring. However, he really hadn't seen many precious ores. Of course, other than the primordial yang stone. Borrow? How? Nan Gongseng was puzzled. "I have my own plans." Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. "You two think about it. Do you have any spirit ores that you've been longing for?" Hearing this, Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong looked at each other, then laughed sinisterly. "Seems like you two have thought it through." Seeing their smiles, Lin Xian said with a smile, "Brother Xian, you don't know, but other than the Blackwood Castle's Colosseum, there are several spirit or shops in the city. They are all famous treasure shops. There are a few things that I've been eyeing for a long time," Nan Gongseng said excitedly. Although he didn't know what Lin Xian's plan was, since he said it, he would definitely be able to do it. Ma Rulong was a bit worried. "Brother Lin, you're not thinking of stealing spirit ores, are you?" "If that's the case, I advise you to give up on that idea. Those spirit or shops are very precious, and there are half-step venerable experts guarding them. Some of them are even venerable experts. Moreover, there are many formations there, and the defense is awe-inspiring. It's impossible for anyone to steal treasures from there." Chapter 638. Ma Rulong was somewhat worried because he knew that the defense of the Blackwood family was too tight. However, Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. "Don't worry, I have my ways. It's very safe. You just need to give me the addresses of those shops." Then Ma Rulong took out a map of Quicksand City and pointed out the shops on it. Then Lin Xian gave the map to the Crimson Dragon and the Snow-White Monkey. "You two go do it." Wuji the Snow-White Monkey looked excited, and the Crimson Dragon roared again and again. "Looting, I like it." The dragon and monkey went into the room. Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what Lin Xian was doing. "You two don't worry and wait." Lin Xian tasted the wine with a smile. Not long after, the Snow-White Monkey and the Crimson Dragon came out. Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong turned around and were shocked. *CK, a miracle. The two were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Lin Xian's eyelids were also twitching, and the corner of his mouth was twitching. He didn't expect these two to have stolen so many things. Perhaps they had almost emptied the shops in the Blackwood Castle? That one was too excited and didn't control it well. The Crimson Dragon laughed mischievously. On the side, the Snow-White Monkey was also proud, happily picking nonstop. Next to the two beasts was a pair of sparkling oars full of pure energy. Their appearance even filled the whole courtyard with spiritual energy. Of course, all of this was obtained by the Snow-White Monkey from the treasure shop in the Blackwood Castle with a small treasure bowl. Looking at the sparkling oars on the ground, Nan Gongseng's mouth watered. He directly pounced on them. We're rich, we're really rich this time. Isn't this too much? I reckon the Blackwood Castle will go crazy, Ma Rulong also exclaimed. Is it too much? The Crimson Dragon laughed sinisterly. These are the leftovers we picked. The Snow-White Monkey nodded. Obviously, these two guys had hidden a lot. Brother Lin, this Blackwood Castle won't go crazy, right? Who cares? Just use it without worry. I guarantee that they won't be able to find this place. Lin Xian was very confident. Then, I won't hold back. Ma Rulong also pounced forward. Damn, Golden Spirit, Scarlet Flame, or... Nan Gongseng's eyes lit up as he grabbed a fist-sized golden stone. Legend has it that this stone contains powerful metal and fire attributes. It is definitely a sacred object for martial artists who cultivate metal and fire attributes. Black Feather Stone. Ma Rulong was also shocked. This stone was naturally inscribed with mysterious energy. If he could comprehend it, it would definitely be a great harvest. Seeing the two crazy people, the Crimson Dragon was tempted again. He rolled his eyes and stared at the ground, ready to attack. The Snow-White Little Monkey also squinted its big eyes and jumped around happily. Let's split these stones. Lin Xian said with a smile. Whoosh! The few of them went crazy and quickly attacked. In the end, all the treasures and oars on the ground were divided among them. Lin Xian also picked a lot, and 3 of them were specifically requested by him. Wild Thunder Stone was a stone left behind after the thunder trial. It contained the violent power of thunder and lightning, and even had mysterious thunder patterns on it. Divine Wind Stone was produced in the Wind Valley. It contained a gust of wind and had endless magical uses. Red Fire Golden Crow Stone was said to come from the depths of the Sunset Desert and contain the power of strange fire. The reason why Lin Xian chose these 3 stones was related to his intent realm. He had already comprehended the wind and thunder conception. As for the fire conception, although he had not yet comprehended it, he had once supported the Black Dragon's flame and was very familiar with the fire attribute. It would not be difficult to comprehend it, and these 3 stones could help him comprehend the conception. In fact, Lin Xian originally wanted to only cultivate the sword conception, so that he could ensure his concentration. However, the Crimson Dragon told him to cultivate more conception, especially the 5 elements conception. It said it was very important for his future path of martial arts. Although the Crimson Dragon did not explain in detail, Lin Xian pondered and finally decided to do as the Crimson Dragon said. After all, although the Crimson Dragon's cultivation base had been lost, he had once reached an unbelievable height. What it said must be reasonable. The wind and thunder conception was a variant of the 5 elements conception. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to improve the wind and thunder conception and also comprehend the fire conception as soon as possible. While Lin Xian was going crazy, the several treasure shops in the Blackwood Castle were furious. All the rare ores in their shops had disappeared, leaving only some ordinary goods. Seeing this scene, those attendants directly fainted in fright. Trash! A bunch of trash! An old man roared madly. He was the guardian elder of a rare treasure shop. At the moment, he was roaring madly in his shop. A bunch of people, you can't even see a few stones. Why don't you go die? Elder, those stones suddenly disappeared. Several attendants trembled in fright. Suddenly disappeared? That elder's face darkened. He simply did not perceive that someone had come, and the defensive formation in the surroundings was still there, showing no sign of being destroyed. However, the treasures in the shop had disappeared. "Ghost, I've seen a ghost." That elder trembled with anger. He simply had no way to explain this to the clan. Moreover, the higher-ups of the clan would certainly not believe such words. "A bunch of trash, get lost. Go and investigate," the elder roared furiously. Afterwards, he rushed to the clan in a rage. He simply did not dare to conceal such a big thing that had happened. However, when he arrived at the clan, he was shocked again, because the clan's conference hall was full of elders. Moreover, the clan leader was sitting at the head of the hall, with a gloomy face and a frightening aura all over his body. And in the center of the hall, several people were standing with worried faces. The atmosphere in the hall was very oppressive. The elder who came to report felt his heart beat wildly. Did the clan already know? Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and his body trembled slightly. He had lost so many rare ores. Even if he was killed, it would not be enough. Thinking of this, he felt his legs go soft. "Seventh brother, you've come." Suddenly, the clan leader's voice was heard. Whoosh! Everyone's gaze landed on the elder, causing him to jump in fright. No way! Could it be that this is also? Everyone sighed, and their expressions turned ugly. "Seventh brother, why are you here?" the first elder asked. This. The seventh elder broke out in cold sweat and did not know what to say. Seeing this scene, everyone was even more certain. Something had gone missing in the shop. The seventh elder opened the door with difficulty. Boom! Hearing that, the aura on the clan leader's body suddenly erupted, like a tsunami that swept in all directions. It was the aura of a supremacy. At this moment, it was extremely strong, like 100,000 divine mountains that filled the sky. It's just a few things. I think the entire shop has gone missing. The clan leader's voice was cold. "Clan leader, please spare me." The seventh elder knelt on the ground with a thud, his body trembling. It's as if something has gone wrong today. No one stole it, but those rare treasures disappeared into thin air. "Clan leader, I'm really not lying." The seventh elder complained in his heart. Even he could not say that, but he could only say it. "I believe you. Why wouldn't I believe you?" The clan leader roared with a violent aura. "Because you're not the first to say that. I've heard it 3 times. Chapter 639. You're not the first person to say that. Before this, I've already heard it 3 times. The Blackwood Stronghold leader's words reverberated in the air, causing the seventh elder's body to tremble. In the next moment, he understood and looked towards the main hall in disbelief. There, the 3 elders' faces were terrifyingly gloomy. Those elders were the same as him. They were all elders in charge of guarding the clan's treasure hall. Now that they had appeared here with that kind of expression, it was obvious that something similar had happened to him. Understanding this, the seventh elder's mind went blank. The family lost a large number of treasures in 4 treasure shops in one day. This was definitely an unimaginable loss for the family. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that they didn't know who had stolen their treasures. "Patriarch, I think someone must be targeting us," the great elder said in a deep voice. "Could it be that thief Lin Xian?" Someone asked doubtfully. "Impossible. That thief definitely doesn't have this ability. I think it's very likely to be the faction behind him." "You mean the Palace of Ares?" Once this was said, the entire main hall fell silent again. They were one of the top factions in Quicksand City. Other factions were on par with them, so it was impossible for them to have the ability to hide from them. And it seemed that only the Palace of Ares had the ability to do so. Moreover, not long ago, they had ignored the warning of the Palace of Ares and secretly sent people to kill Lin Xian. Now, it was very likely that the palace of Ares was taking revenge. Are we just going to let this matter go? An elder was unwilling to accept this. Let it go? How is that possible? The leader of the Blackwood stronghold was extremely angry. Investigate thoroughly. You must keep an eye on that thief and see if there's anything unusual about him. Also, once you discover anyone from the palace of Ares, immediately report to me. The leader of the Blackwood stronghold was really angry. One had to know that the treasures they had lost were all rare treasures. Those were their family's decades of accumulation. Now that they had all been lost, how could he not be angry? His heart was bleeding. Although the palace of Ares is powerful, our Blackwood stronghold is not easy to bully. Great Elder, go to the Divine Bird Palace and spread the news of Goddess Morung to them. Also, you must invite the people from the Divine Bird Palace. Their Blackwood stronghold was not without a backer, and the Divine Bird Palace was their biggest backer. As long as they could invite people from the Divine Bird Palace, they would no longer fear the Palace of War Gods. In fact, they could even pay back the anger they had suffered before. After the clan leader finished giving his orders, those elders immediately left to do their own things. In the quiet courtyard, Marulong and Nangong Seng left with smiles after obtaining the precious ores. As for Lin Xian, he had sealed himself off in his courtyard and was meditating in seclusion. He left the defense formation and the safety of the courtyard to the Snow-White Monkey and the Crimson Dragon. He sat under the ancient tree, holding the primordial yang stone with both hands as he cultivated. This yuan yang stone contained pure yang qi, which could fundamentally change one's physique. So since Lin Xian obtained this thing, he had not stopped absorbing it. The transformation from the spirit-detecting realm to the exalt realm wasn't just about the soul, but also about the evolution of the body's level of existence. Lin Xian had consumed the great strength essence in the Lost Lands and transformed his body. His life level had already reached the level of the exalt realm, and this yuan yang stone could better consolidate his body's level. Moreover, the yuan yang stone not only had the effect of improving one's physique, but also could purify the spiritual energy in his body. It could be said to be a top-notch treasure. Closing his eyes, Lin Xian quickly operated the longevity secret art, absorbing the pure yang qi in his palm. Traces of pure yang qi were like tiny dragons, quickly drilling into Lin Xian's body, operating together with the longevity secret art. Half an hour later, a slight cracking sound came from his palm. In the next moment, Lin Xian opened his eyes, his gaze bright and deep, like the vast stars. He opened his palm and threw away the gravel in his hand. Those gravel were all yuan yang stones that had been absorbed, so they had no use. After absorbing the pure yang qi, Lin Xian took out the wild thunder stone and wind god stone. Next, he would comprehend the two concepts of wind and thunder. The power of wind and thunder had accompanied him from the beginning, and it was also the concept he comprehended the earliest. Now, these two concepts had reached the great success stage, and this time he wanted to use the strange stones in his hand to let the two concepts of wind and thunder reach the great perfection stage. Holding the two strange stones, Lin Xian closed his eyes again to comprehend. Traces of strange wind and thunder power came from his palm, and inscriptions on the two strange stones shone, forming wind and thunder runes that surrounded Lin Xian. From afar, it was very strange. Just like this, Lin Xian continued to cultivate. At the same time, two spies from Blackwood Stronghold quickly came to the quiet courtyard to investigate. However, they were met with great resistance, because there was a layer of invisible formation power that blocked their divine sense and soul. Not good. This is a defensive formation. Quickly go and ask the clan's formation elder. Soon, an old man with sparse hair quickly rushed over. What kind of formation is this? Let me break it. You dare to play with a formation in front of me? What a joke! The old man sneered again and again. Then he waved his hands and quickly broke the formation. In the courtyard, the crimson dragon was lying leisurely by the pool, basking in the sun. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head and revealed an impatient expression. Damn it! Where did this little bastard come from? How dare he break Ben Huang's formation? The crimson dragon jumped up in anger. See if Ben Huang doesn't play with you to death. Then he sneered, raised his dragon claw, and quickly controlled the formation. Outside, the Blackwood Stronghold's formation elder sneered. Soon it will be broken soon. You two prepare to investigate at any time. The formation elder was unusually arrogant. There's no formation that I can't break. However, in the next moment he suddenly frowned. Something's wrong. Xiao Chen's hands danced as he quickly sent out saber after saber after saber. However, his frown deepened. Soon, the formation elder's expression changed from anxiety to shock and finally to horror. Bang! The air fluctuated and a wave of light surged over, sending the formation elder flying. Uft! The formation elder flew backward and fell to the ground. His chest felt stuffy, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Elder, what's wrong? The two middle-aged spies were so frightened that their expressions changed drastically, and they asked one after another. Just a moment ago, everything was fine, and their formation elder even revealed a victorious expression. However, in the blink of an eye, the situation had taken a huge turn. Their formation elder flew backward and even spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The situation was too strange. The Blackwood Stronghold's formation elder sat on the ground, his eyes in a daze. He kept shouting, "Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! How could he have such profound attainments in formations?" He was about to go crazy. He had nearly 100 years of cultivation in formations, but he could not see through the changes just now. In fact, as soon as he touched it, he was sent flying by the power of the formation. Needless to say, a formation that could injure him must be a rare formation in the world. How could a young boy's courtyard have such a formation? Chapter 640. Impossible. That kid definitely doesn't have such a powerful formation. The Blackwood Stronghold formation elder roared. He wouldn't believe that a 17 or 18-year-old kid would be better than him in terms of formations. Could it be that there's a powerhouse from the palace of Ares living here? The formation elder was terrified. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was correct. Then he suddenly jumped up like a frightened rabbit and ran away crazily. If the supremacy of the palace of Ares was really here, he wouldn't dare to stay. If he angered the supremacy and killed him with a slap, he would be finished. He didn't dare to take the risk, so he could only run away. The two middle-aged scouts looked at the formation elder, who ran away in a daze. Then the two of them trembled and suddenly realized something. If even the formation elder was scared away, it meant that there was definitely a terrifying existence here. They couldn't do anything here and might even lose their lives. The two of them understood and left quickly. Their speed wasn't any slower than the formation elders. Seeing the people outside escape, the crimson dragon laughed until its stomach hurt. Ha 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 ha, this is too funny. 3 little worms dare to compete with Ben Huang in terms of formations? How naive. The crimson dragon looked disdainful. Then it lazily lay down by the pool and bathed in the sun. Lin Xian naturally didn't know about this little episode. At this moment, he was fully focused on comprehending the wind and thunder concept. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 1.5 months had passed. Today was the same as any other day. Lin Xian was still sitting under the ancient tree and didn't wake up. However, there were waves of energy coming from afar. They were like waves that came towards him. At first, it was very weak, but as time passed, the energy waves became stronger. In the end, it even affected the entire courtyard. Whoosh! Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Wind and thunder were annihilated in his eyes. The invisible wind and thunder rune floated around him. It was strange and mysterious. Then it gradually disappeared. Then the shadow of a true dragon appeared and circled around his body. Along with it was a shocking sword intent. The sword intent was very powerful. It had already surpassed the perfect realm. Or rather, it couldn't be called sword intent. It was a sword soul embryonic form. He raised his head and looked at the sky. He carefully sensed his surroundings and then frowned. Xiao, Xuanzi, you're awake. The crimson dragon flew over. I deliberately let this energy fluctuation in. You've been meditating for so long. It's time for you to move around. Yes. Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, he had spent a lot of time comprehending, and needed to fight to digest some of it. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had gained a lot this time. The state of wind and thunder had reached consummation, and he had also comprehended the state of fire. Currently, he had only reached small perfection. Most importantly, his perfect sword intent had already begun to fuse with the great dragon sword soul, forming the embryonic form of the sword soul. To his surprise, he discovered that some concepts were interlinked. There were a myriad of great Daos, but the heart remained the same. That was why Lin Xian could comprehend them so quickly. If others knew about this, they would probably be scared to death. This kind of speed couldn't be described as extreme. It was abnormal. What a powerful aura. Let's go take a look. Lin Xian transformed into a sword scar and soared into the sky. At this moment, countless martial artists had gathered in Quicksand City. All of them raised their heads and looked towards the sky. In the sky, two martial artists were confronting each other. Countless rays of light surged from their bodies, covering their entire bodies. It was impossible to see their true appearances. However, from the aura of the two, they were very powerful above everyone else. Lin Xian saw this scene and stood on top of a building, watching from afar. At the same time, he activated his soul power and heard the discussions below. Heavens, Xiao Li and Yan Qitian. Two peerless geniuses. They actually appeared at the same time. Everyone was excited, their faces filled with ecstasy. Two of the four peerless young experts of the Quicksand region had appeared at the same time, and they were confronting each other. Now, this was definitely a shocking event. Peerless experts. Lin Xian's heart trembled. The aura of the two was very powerful. They must have had embryonic forms of martial souls, and their strength definitely surpassed those of the older generation experts. So powerful. Lin Xian carefully sensed and realized that he didn't have the confidence to defeat one of them. Of course, the other party didn't have the confidence to defeat him either. In the sky, the two of them faced each other, forming a special area of pressure. Ordinary martial artists at the limit of the spirit detecting realm would die upon contact. Suddenly, the aura of the two rose, and a huge pressure shrouded the surroundings, carrying a trace of the aura of a venerable. So powerful, so uncomfortable. The martial artists below were frightened and retreated. They couldn't withstand it at all. However, one person didn't retreat. He had a head of blue hair, and his body was surrounded by rays of starlight like a god of war. At this moment, he also emitted a powerful aura that surged into the sky, not at all weaker than the two geniuses. Who is this person? So terrifying. He can actually resist the pressure of the peerless geniuses. Xinyao Dian, a genius from the Quicksand region, from the House of Kings, also a peerless young expert. Someone recognized him. The three experts faced each other, their eyes full of fighting spirit, not giving way to each other. The three forces intertwined, forming an even more powerful force that pressed in all directions. The martial artists were frightened and retreated again. Lin Xian stood on the building and didn't dodge. Facing the three experts, his blood was boiling. Moreover, he had just merged with the embryonic form of the sword soul and wanted to use it. Therefore, he didn't retreat. When the force enveloped him, it immediately stimulated the power in his body. Buzz! The void trembled, and it was like a peerless divine sword that slashed in all directions. An extremely sharp aura surged out like a heavenly pillar, competing with the other three. The crowd was in an uproar. They didn't expect another peerless young expert to appear. Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian! Someone saw the figure and immediately cried out in surprise. What, Lin Xian? Could it be that he has already grown to such a level? Many people were shocked, and their faces were full of horror, especially the Wang family and the Blackwood family. When they saw this scene, they were extremely frightened. This youth's growth was too terrifying. One had to know that a month ago he didn't have such an aura, but now he could actually compete with the peerless geniuses. Humph, boy, it's you. When Shen Yaotian saw Lin Xian, killing intent appeared in his eyes, and the aura on his body became stronger. He didn't expect that the ant that he looked down on and could easily crush to death not long ago had now grown to his level. He couldn't believe it. One had to know that even if he was a peerless genius, he wouldn't have such a speed. As for the other party, he was just a nameless junior. How could he have such ability? Now he was regretting that he didn't kill the scourge in the first place. The more Shen Yaotian thought about it, the angrier he became. In the end, the blue star ring on his body bloomed, as if real stars were floating around him. At the same time, a terrifying star power surged toward Lin Xian. Chapter 641. Shen Yaotian's astral halo shone brightly, and a powerful astral force rushed toward Lin Xian. His attack directly broke the balance of the pressure formed by the four of them. Suddenly, the area that was originally covered by the pressure became an area of abnormally violent energy. The energy was so terrifying that it could destroy all martial artists below the honorable realm. Boom! The astral force shone like a real star and smashed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A sword mark appeared in front of him, and he quickly slashed down. The two collided, and a terrifying energy explosion occurred. At the same time, the other two figures also moved quickly and collided with each other. The impact was huge. It was not weaker than Lin Xian's at all. An earth-shattering sound was heard, and the sky seemed to be torn apart. Finally, the two separated. Like black lightning, they quickly rushed toward Lin Xian and Shen Yaotian. Whoosh! An intense aura surged, and a ray of light like a rainbow instantly lit up the entire sky. Accompanying it was an extremely fierce aura. The aura was abnormally violent and extremely sharp. In an instant, it quickly slashed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared and clenched his fist, and a blood-red sword appeared in his hand. He swung the sword, and a terrifying killing aura filled the air. The blood-red sword aura surged like a river of blood, hanging across the sky. Boom! 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 The two collided, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. It shook everyone's eardrums, and some weaker martial artists even bled from their ears and fainted. This strike was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian took a few steps back, and his entire right arm felt numb. One could imagine how powerful his opponent was. However, his opponent did not have it easy either. He retreated with a dazzling light. At this time, Lin Xian also saw the person's appearance. It was a tall young man with short hair and a burly figure. He held a huge black saber in his hand that emitted a cold light. Shaoli! The saber was unstoppable. The aura was extremely fierce, as if it could split the entire sky. Furthermore, that powerful attack power was on par with Lin Xian's. As expected of a top expert from the Sand region, his strength was terrifying to the extreme. After that attack, Shaoli didn't continue to tangle with Sun Yaotian. Instead, he quickly attacked Sun Yaotian. At the same time, another powerful figure dashed towards Lin Xian at high speed. This person's skin was dark and his facial features were regular. His eyes were as big as copper bells. Crimson runes covered his entire body. The demonic runes exuded a terrifying aura. With a punch, the void was torn apart. The terrifying fist was like a demonic mountain that was pushing out at high speed. Unlike the sharpness of Xiao Li's fist, this fist was extremely violent, and its terrifying strength seemed to be able to suppress everything. This young man was abnormally domineering. Demonic runes flickered all over his body, making him look like a supreme demon king. He quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. This person was also one of the exceptional experts of the Sand region. His name was Yan Qitian, and he was extremely mysterious and powerful. It was difficult to find a worthy opponent in the entire Sand region. At this moment, he punched towards Lin Xian, wanting to destroy him. Before the fist arrived, the terrifying astral wind had already blown over, causing the surrounding air to boil. Within the violent force, there was a crimson light that seemed to be able to stir up Lin Xian's blood and qi. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. The sword soul in his body circulated quickly, and he immediately suppressed this impulse. Then he held the slaughter sword in his hand. On the tip of the sword, a huge dragon claw condensed and slammed down. The crimson dragon claw landed, tearing everything apart. A monstrous pressure accompanied it, as if the entire space couldn't withstand it. Pum! The huge dragon claw and the terrifying fist collided. It was as if two divine mountains had collided. Countless thunderbolts exploded in the surroundings, causing the entire sky to boil. After one attack, the two of them were evenly matched. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. Sword qi surged from his body, as if a sword god had descended. On the opposite side, Yan Qitian's demonic runes flickered, filled with a mysterious aura. After one attack, he also quickly retreated. The entire space was abnormally chaotic. The four of them attacked each other, almost tearing the sky apart. Dozens of huge stars lined up in the sky, forming a huge hand of stars that pressed down on Lin Xian mercilessly. Following that was a shocking blade light. There were actually two sky prides attacking Lin Xian at the same time. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he activated the embryonic form of the sword soul in his body. In the next moment, a hazy sword light covered the long sword. Suddenly, the slaughter sword in his hand trembled as if it had a mind of its own. The low roar of a dragon and sword reverberated, as if awakening from endless time. A ray of sword qi, like a long dragon, swept out in all directions. This ray of sword qi was even more resplendent, several times stronger than the previous one. The sword light surged, tearing the sky apart, and collided with the two attacks. Boom! Dazzling energy exploded, and terrifying waves surged out. Lin Xian's face was pale as he constantly retreated in the void. In an instant, a demonic red lotus bloomed on his body. The red lotus armor covered his entire body, blocking the terrifying force outside. Invisibility kill. Lin Xian stabilized his body and stabbed out with his sword. The sword qi flashed and disappeared in the air. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Xiao Li and Xin Yaotian. Lin Xian had used the concept of wind for this attack. It could be said to be a hidden killer move. Pum! Pum! Not only Lin Xian attacked, but Yan Qitian also attacked. In an instant, Xiao Li and Xin Yaotian also let out a muffled groan as their bodies continuously retreated. The crowd below was horrified. Many of them were hit by the energy impact, and some were even injured. However, they still refused to leave. Such an exciting battle would not happen again if they missed it. Fortunately, the few of them were just probing attacks. After exchanging blows, the four of them retreated instantly and stood in four different directions. In an instant, the chaotic scene became extremely quiet. However, the oppressive aura in the air became even thicker, as if it was about to solidify. Ha 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 ha. This feels great. Yan Qitian's body was glowing with fiery, red demonic patterns. He was like a demon king as he laughed loudly. It's been a long time since I had such a good fight. Humph! Xin Yaotian snorted coldly. He was born in the House of Kings and had high standards since he was young. He thought that he was the best in the world. Now, there were actually 3 people who were on par with him. This made him extremely depressed. Moreover, one of them was a guy that he had once regarded as an ant. Now he was actually able to compete with him. This made him go crazy. Xiao Li did not speak. He silently looked at Lin Xian and the other 2. Then, a saber radiance rushed out from his body. He became one with his saber and quickly left. Then the other 2 left as well. Lin Xian's battle intent gradually disappeared. He also turned into a sword radiance and disappeared in the air. Today's battle made him very emotional. At the same time, he had a deep understanding of the combat strength of the top youths in the Sand region. These people had already condensed the embryonic form of their martial souls. They belonged to the half-step honorable realm and were not any weaker than him. To be able to compete with so many young experts, Lin Xian felt a burst of joy in his heart. However, he knew that these people were not convinced of each other's strength. Sooner or later, there would be a big battle. Chapter 642. Of course, Lin Xian knew that their strengths were about the same. Even if they fought with all their strength, it was likely that both sides would suffer. If he wanted to win and stand above everyone else, he would have to enter the venerable realm and become a venerable, or he would have to condense a true martial soul. Lin Xian's current cultivation was only at the late spirit detecting realm. If he wanted to enter the venerable realm, it would be difficult. At the very least, in terms of cultivation, it would be impossible. But he could condense a true martial soul. Moreover, in this aspect, he had an advantage over everyone else. He already had the great dragon sword soul within his body. As long as he fused his perfect sword intent with it, his sword soul would be complete. This process would be much faster than the others. Of course, in terms of cultivation, the others also had advantages that Lin Xian didn't have. So, the next step would be to see who would be the first to condense a true martial soul. Lin Xian took a deep breath and landed in the quiet courtyard. There were still over 10 days before the Alliance Martial Assembly would begin. Many martial artists would participate. Not only would there be peerless masters from the Sand region, but there would also be geniuses from outside the region, like Xin Yaotian. Thus, the following battles could be said to be extremely fierce and dangerous. Of course, these people all had different goals. Some came for Heavenly Maiden Morome, and some came to make a name for themselves. But no matter what, these people were all Lin Xian's enemies. He had to defeat everyone in order to obtain the divine dream bone. It wasn't just Lin Xian who wanted to condense a true martial soul. Everyone else had the same idea. Only by condensing a true martial soul would one be able to suppress the younger generation and become the #1 character of the younger generation. There were still around 10 days until the Alliance Martial Assembly began. Lin Xian went into seclusion once more, fully fusing with the great dragon sword soul. Ever since the battle with Xiao Li and the other 2 peerless masters, the entire Quicksand City hadn't calmed down. Everyone had been in an abnormally excited state. In the streets and alleys, everyone was talking about the scene from that day. Countless martial artists were discussing who was stronger among Lin Xian's group of 4. Moreover, more and more masters were pouring into Quicksand City. When these people heard the names of Lin Xian and the others, they weren't convinced and wanted to fight. However, Lin Xian and the others hadn't appeared since that last battle. In Blackwood Stronghold, the elders of the Black Screen clan gathered together. At this moment, their faces were full of excitement and joy because the first elder had sent back a message. He had successfully invited the outstanding genius of the Divine Bird Palace and would arrive in a few days. Furthermore, what made them even more excited was that the genius of their clan, Muya, who was also one of the most exceptional experts of the Sand region, had returned to the clan today. Muya was a skinny young man. Although he wasn't particularly handsome, he had a unique aura about him. Not long after he returned to his family, he heard the news that his family had been damaged. After asking around, he found out that this matter was related to a young man named Lin Xian. a little martial artist at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm dares to provoke our family. Do you really think that there's no one in the dark wood family? Hey Muya coldly snorted, a strong killing intent appearing in his eyes. Be careful. That little thief is extremely valiant. A few days ago, he fought with Xiao Li, Yin Qitian, and the others. Presumably, his strength is already not inferior to them. Father, don't worry. I'm confident. Moreover, this little thief has repeatedly bullied the Blackwood stronghold. I will definitely cut him down. He Muya was very confident. Even if Lin Xian displayed his valiant strength, he would not be afraid. On this day, He Muya stood above Quicksand City. His loud voice was like rolling thunderclouds that spread out in all directions. Lin Xian, come out and face your death. At this moment, all the martial artists in Quicksand City were in an uproar. They all looked up at the sky. He Muya is back. Many people exclaimed. This He Muya is really powerful. As soon as he returned, he started a battle with Lin Xian. There's no other way. Their He Muya family suffered such a big loss at the hands of Lin Xian. Naturally, they have to pay back now. I'm afraid this battle won't be easy. You have to know that Lin Xian is already able to contend with those geniuses. Not necessarily. He Muya definitely knows this news. However, he still dares to fight with Lin Xian. I think he has enough confidence. Perhaps he has some trump card in his hand. Everyone was discussing and looking forward to this battle. However, to their disappointment, Lin Xian did not seem to know about this matter and never appeared. Gutless rat. I was wondering what kind of expert you were. Turns out you're just a coward. He Muya's voice echoed in Quicksand City. Fine, I'll let you live for a few days. When you come out, I'll immediately take your dog life. He Muya sneered a few times, then quickly descended to the ground. Suddenly, the news spread like wildfire to every corner of Quicksand City. Everyone knew that He Muya was determined to fight with Lin Xian. Perhaps when Lin Xian appeared, it would be the day of the battle. Nan Gongseng and Ma Long were also worried. Although they had seen Lin Xian's strength with their own eyes, He Muya's reputation was too great. He was almost equivalent to the top battle strength of the younger generation in Quicksand City. It could be said that it was difficult to find a worthy opponent. Now that he announced in such a high-profile manner that he wanted to kill Lin Xian, they were afraid that he did not come with good intentions. The two of them went to the quiet courtyard, but found that it was covered by a mysterious array and could not enter. No wonder Lin Xian did not appear. It turned out that he was in seclusion. The two of them sighed and then returned to the arena with worried faces. They could not help much in this situation. They could only pray that Lin Xian's strength would increase greatly. Lin Xian did not know about He Muya's clamor and provocation. At this moment, he was cultivating and fusing with the great dragon sword soul, trying to condense a true martial soul. He did not want to waste a single moment. He was racing against time. Whoever condensed a true martial soul first would be the top expert of the younger generation. Moreover, once he condensed a martial soul, Lin Xian would have the strength of a venerable. At that time, his safety would be greatly increased. However, these days his martial soul fusion seemed to have reached a bottleneck and did not improve. Brat, just seclusion is useless. Although your martial soul is fierce, it lacks a trace of killing intent and blood. The Crimson Dragon shook its head. Without experiencing the baptism of blood, it could not be considered a true martial soul. Lin Xian was silent. As an ancient expert, the Crimson Dragon's knowledge was extraordinary. Its words must have some truth. Moreover, Lin Xian himself felt that his martial soul seemed to be lacking something. You need some battles. Not the kind of killing, but a real battle. The Crimson Dragon reminded, these days your battles were either because you were too weak and were too lazy to fight, or because they were too strong and you could not contend against them. The only battle that could be said to be at the same level was the battle with the three geniuses. However, in that battle, you were only probing attacks. It did not have any effect at all. Only by going all out and squeezing out all your potential can you stimulate the martial soul fusion again. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows, listening to the Crimson Dragon's words. It wanted him to find those peerless geniuses to compete. This guy, was it thinking of tricking him again? Chapter 643. Don't worry, I won't cheat you this time. The Crimson Dragon explained, Of course, if you don't want to take the risk, it doesn't matter. You have the great dragon sword soul, so you'll be able to condense a martial soul sooner or later. However, it might take a year or two. Kid, if you're not happy, condensing a martial soul in 1 or 2 years is already very heaven-defying. You should know that ordinary warriors can't reach this step without 200 or 300 years. But you used 1 or 2 years to complete the journey that others took 100 or 200 years. It's absolutely heaven-defying. Of course, if you use my method, you'll be able to condense a real martial soul in a short time. After all, you already have the great dragon sword soul. What you need to do now is to fuse them, and the life and death battle is the accelerator to promote the fusion. If there's a big battle, how long will it take to fuse them into a real martial soul? Lin Xian asked. With your aptitude, about 10 days is definitely not a problem. 10 days! Lin Xian took a deep breath. That was about the time when the alliance tournament would begin. Okay, Lin Xian nodded, his eyes full of fighting spirit. You'll be in great danger. If you don't sublimate in battle, you'll die in battle. You have to think carefully. I've already thought it through. The path of martial arts is against the heavens. If I don't be ruthless to myself now, who knows when I'll be killed by others. Rather than that, it's better to have a vigorous battle with an expert like now. Even if I die, I'll have no regrets. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous as the fighting spirit in his eyes continued to rise. Okay, I'll set up a defensive formation here and wait for your return. Lin Xian nodded. Then his palms danced, and the power of wind and thunder intertwined. A cyan longbow appeared in his hand. At the same time, lightning surged on his right hand, forming a golden arrow. Clear wind bow. Lin Xian used an ancient skill. He raised the bow, sensed carefully, and shot an arrow. Bang! The air trembled and the air waves rolled. The golden arrow turned into a stream of light and disappeared in the air. The Blackwood Castle was brightly lit. In a magnificent hall, there was singing and dancing. At this moment, He Muya was drinking wine and chatting with the one-fist youth martial artist. He was extremely furious. The auras of these young martial artists were abnormal. They were at the same level in the distance, and 2 or 3 of them even had extremely powerful cultivations, only slightly weaker than Blackwood Cliff. They were all fellow disciples of Blackwood Cliff, disciples of Yellow Sand Valley, a 6-star sect in the Sand region. Haha, senior brother is mighty. You scared that brat so much that he doesn't even dare to show his face. What expert? I think he's just a coward. The group of people sneered. If that brat dares to come out again, there's no need for senior martial brother to do anything. We'll be able to kill him. All right, a piece of trash isn't worth mentioning. He Muya shook his head. Senior brother, yeah, is that Morone goddess really here? A few young disciples changed the topic. Hearing this, the others also pricked up their ears and their eyes lit up. Yes, that should be right. I think we'll be able to see it during the alliance battle, He Muya said with a smile. When the time comes, I'll defeat all the strong enemies and pursue Morong Tianju. I'll be your senior sister-in-law. Haha, senior brother is mighty. The group of youths shouted madly. Boom! At this moment, the top of the main hall suddenly exploded. Violent energy wreaked havoc, and a golden light shot towards Blackwood Cliff as fast as lightning. Wherever it passed, golden electric arcs jumped and pierced through the void. This attack was extremely powerful. It was enough to kill 6 or 7 ultimate warriors at the same time. The surrounding disciples' expressions changed. They did not expect that someone would dare to attack their senior martial brother. Black Woodcliffe's pupils constricted, and he snorted coldly. A black shadow quickly rushed out from his body and pounced forward. That black shadow was a black tree branch. It spread out in the air and formed a black wood palm that suddenly grabbed down. Caw-caw! With a grasp, it grabbed the golden arrow tightly. Humph, you're just a small. Before he could finish a sentence, the golden arrow suddenly exploded. Countless electric arcs jumped and intertwined to form a sea of lightning that instantly enveloped Black Woodcliffe, senior martial brother. A few disciples exclaimed, their faces full of shock. Caw-caw-caw! However, in the next moment, countless black wood branches suddenly emerged from the golden sea of lightning and spread rapidly. From the looks of it, it was clearly a large black tree. The countless black branches danced and pierced through the golden sea of lightning. Not long after, the entire violent sea of lightning disappeared. Behind the black tree was Black Woodcliffe's figure. In front of him was a wall made of black branches that blocked all the attacks. However, the front of the wall was charred black. There were even some small cracks in some places. Black Woodcliffe, come out and die. In the next moment, an earth-shattering voice sounded. It was as if divine thunder had descended and resounded in all directions. Countless martial artists were shocked and rushed to the streets. The people of the Blackwood family were even more panicked. Lin Xian. It's Lin Xian's voice. Everyone was excited and went crazy. Previously, when Black Woodcliffe challenged Lin Xian, there was no response, which disappointed everyone. They did not expect Lin Xian to take the initiative to attack this time. It seemed that this battle was unavoidable. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the main hall, countless black branches twitched and retracted into Black Woodcliffe's body. Lin Xian! Black Woodcliffe's expression was cold. He gritted his teeth, and a shocking, murderous aura spread from his body. Yeah! At the same time, the elders of the Blackwood family came to the main hall with solemn expressions. Don't worry, I'll kill him now. Humph, he's just a little thief. There's no need for senior brother to take action. I'll take him down, a black-clothed youth said. His aura was very powerful, and he had already condensed a trace of martial soul. Okay, Black Woodcliffe nodded. He could take this opportunity to see Lin Xian's strength. Suddenly, the black-clothed youth's face was filled with joy. He then rose and disappeared from the main hall. Whoosh! The black-clothed youth appeared above the void. His eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Who are you? How dare you sneak attack me? Come out and die, the black-clothed youth shouted. His body emitted a terrifying aura, and a trace of martial soul's power spread out. Everyone below was shocked and looked at the sky in horror. This person is so powerful. When did the Blackwood Fort have such an expert? Where's Black Woodcliffe? Are you hiding inside and not daring to come out? Lin Xian's voice sounded again, but he still did not appear. Humph, there's no need for senior brother to kill you. I can kill you alone. Scram or die. A cold voice echoed in the surroundings. Shameless boasting. Come out, and I'll kill you with one strike. The black-clothed youth was furious. How dare Lin Xian look down on him? However, there was no sound this time. What responded to him was a golden longsword. This sword was as fast as lightning and extremely sharp. It was much more powerful than the arrow from before, because it carried a monstrous sword essence. Whoosh! The lightning long sword swept across the void and instantly pierced toward the black-clothed youth. Oh no! Feeling the sword essence, the black-clothed youth's face changed greatly. He finally knew how terrifying Lin Xian was. Block it! He frantically defended and instantly set up 3 layers of defense. This time he was relieved. Crack! Puff! In the next moment, the golden longsword descended and instantly destroyed the 3 layers of defense. It quickly pierced his chest and flew toward the main hall of the Blackwood Cliff with his body. Ding! The void trembled and the earth shook. The entire main hall was on the verge of collapse. On the ground, the black-clothed youth's body was pulled out and nailed to the ground by a golden longsword. Chapter 644. With one sword, he nailed the warrior who had condensed a trace of martial soul to the ground. This scene was too shocking. Moreover, Lin Xian killed his opponent in seconds without even showing his face. This method was too terrifying. In the main hall of Blackwood Fort, the atmosphere was very solemn. Those young warriors were frightened and trembling slightly. Is this the young man they despised? He's so strong. That black-clothed young man was ranked 3rd among them, second only to Blackwood Cliff. But now he was defeated with one sword. Blackwood Cliff might not be able to do it. Blackwood Cliff, if you want to be a coward, you can continue to send others. Lin Xian's voice sounded again. Those warriors who were watching the battle were shocked. They thought Blackwood Cliff was strong enough, but they didn't expect Lin Xian to be even fiercer. He didn't take Blackwood Cliff seriously at all. Bang! A powerful aura burst out, and a figure appeared in the void. I wanted to let you live for a few more days, but since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Blackwood Cliff was full of killing intent. Swish! Lin Xian's figure appeared. This place is too small. I can't use my full strength. Do you dare to fight outside the city? It's the same no matter where you go. Today is your doomsday. Whoosh whoosh. Lin Xian turned into a flowing light and left quickly. Blackwood Cliff quickly followed behind. The 2 of them disappeared from Quicksand City like lightning. They disappeared. Go after them. Many warriors chased after them. They didn't want to miss such a big battle. The people of Blackwood Fort also followed, and there were even venerables among them. But they were stopped by the city master and the Ma family's elder. Everyone, let the younger generation solve their own problems. The venerables of Blackwood Fort had ugly expressions. There were 9 layers of venerables, and each layer had a world of difference. The highest cultivation among them was only at the 2nd layer of venerables, and they were no match for City Master Qi. Moreover, there was an even more terrifying Ma family's elder next to him. Unless they invited their ancestor, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. Forget it, you guys stay. You have to trust An old voice sounded, shaking the void. The few venerable ones from Blackwood Fort trembled when they heard this. They knew that their ancestor had spoken. Humph. Yeah, is shockingly talented. He will definitely be able to kill that little bastard. The group of venerables waited patiently. Whoosh! The sunset desert was a desolate place. 2 figures descended. They were none other than Lin Xian and He Muya. You really know how to choose your own grave, He Muya sneered. But I won't let you die so easily. I will torture you to death bit by bit. Cut the crap. Today only one of us can leave. Lin Xian shouted coldly, turning into a sword ray and rushing out. A shocking sword qi slashed out violently. It was extremely breathtaking and tore apart the sky. The spiritual qi in front of him was sucked dry, and all of it surged into the sword qi, making it even more powerful. Scram! He Muya punched out, and numerous black tree trunks gushed out. They were like numerous venomous snakes that rapidly coiled and formed a terrifying He Muya fist. Boom! The Blackwood fist collided with the sword qi, causing the entire void to explode. The terrifying sword qi and whistling energy wreaked havoc, and a terrifying sound spread out in all directions. Look, they're fighting! Some powerful martial artists rushed over and hid in the distance to watch. There were very few martial artists, and most of them could not keep up with Lin Xian and He Muya's speed. However, this terrifying scene provided them with guidance. You want to hurt me with just a sword, Qi? Ridiculous! Hei Muya shouted angrily. Open! His entire body's spiritual chi surged, and a small black tree appeared behind him, emitting a faint black light. Suddenly, countless thick black tree branches surged out from his body and spread rapidly. They were like demons that rushed into the sky. Thousands of trees moved together, bombarding the sword chi. Bang! That sword chi could not withstand it and cracked with a bang. However, the shattered sword chi twisted and evolved into countless small swords, like a rain of swords enveloping Hei Muya. Insignificant skill! If you only have this much strength, you can go die. Hei Muya laughed wildly, and the small tree behind him bloomed with light, emitting a terrifying and inexplicable energy that swept in all directions, destroying all the sword rain. Then he let out a long roar and swept over with all the tree branches. Martial soul, fledgling form. Lin Xian frowned. Hei Muya was more powerful than he had imagined. However, he would not be afraid. Today, let's have a good fight. Lin Xian did not hold back, and also used the sword soul fledgling form. Powerful sword intent filled the surroundings, forming countless sword chi that split the sky and earth. Sword of slaughter. With a slash, the blood-colored sword chi surged, condensing into a huge blood sword in the void, as if it could split mountains. On the opposite side, the huge Hei Muya transformed into a tree demon. It was ferocious and terrifying, with a powerful vitality on its body and a monstrous aura enveloped an area. Chi-chi! Boom! The two collided and terrifying energy surged. The light was even more dazzling than the sun. The whole void emitted a cracking sound and terrifying cracks appeared. The yellow sand underground was blown away, and the cracks were thousands of meters long, spreading out in all directions. This attack was too terrifying, and it was enough to destroy a small city. Lin Xian quickly retreated, and the red lotus battle armor appeared on his body, making him look like a fiend god. On the opposite side, Hei Muya was also shocked. Lin Xian's strength was beyond his expectations. The sharp sword chi caused his skin to tighten, and he felt his heart palpitate. This feeling made his face darken, and he was very angry. The black tree branches intertwined, forming a battle intent that protected him. At the same time, he grabbed the black tree behind him and formed a shield with his left hand, making him look extremely demonic. Then he held the black tree and attacked again. Rays of black light shot out, rushing toward Lin Xian with an inexplicable aura. Lin Xian felt danger. The black light was like a fiend god spear. It looked gentle, but it was extremely terrifying. In front of him, a hazy sword shadow appeared. On the sword hilt, there was a ferocious dragon head, and the whole sword looked like a dragon's body. Dragon's sword. This was the embryonic form of Lin Xian's sword soul. Although it was blurry and incomplete, it emitted a terrifying aura as soon as it appeared. It was as if an ancient divine beast had awakened, and its powerful strength was terrifying. He looked at Hei Muya, who was rushing toward him, and quickly grabbed the dragon's sword soul and slashed down. A low dragon roar sounded. Wherever the dragon's sword passed, it had the power to shatter mountains. The dazzling sword chi crisscrossed, cutting the spreading black tree branches. Not only that, but the whole world seemed to be cut in half. Boom! In an instant, the demonic tree branches in front of Hei Muya were all destroyed. He snorted and raised the shield in his left hand in front of him. Clang! Crack! The shield lasted for a moment, and then it quickly cracked. Hei Muya's expression changed greatly. The small black tree in his hand swept horizontally, striking out a black hazy light. Only then was the large dragon, sword chi, swept away. However, that terrifying sword intent still caused him to continuously retreat. Lin Xian's attack succeeded, but he was also in danger. That was because the black light from Heimuye's martial path had dodged the dragon's sword Chi and was already in front of him.